volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
The viewpoints, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. The Big O Radio Show originates from the OK Coin Studios. Invest a little time and save big. Just set the recurring buy and pay, zero transaction fee after your first purchase. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OK Coin Studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Let's try that again. Good morning. Welcome aboard. Time to rock and roll on the program. Yes, sir. It's the program made just for you. Every single day we are cooking right here on the program and producing probably the best sports content for South Florida fans all over the world. Yes, sir. Good morning. Hope you all are doing well. We got a loaded show for you as always. We've got Inside the Paint. They are coming up at 9 o'clock, so the boys will get you ready for a little more basketball. We got it on Friday, by the way, as they get ready for the stinking New York Knicks. They had their season last year, right? They made the playoffs. That's it. They're good. I mean, the Knicks are probably good for at least another 10 to 15 years. Right? That's kind of what it is, right? I would say around 10 to 15 years, I would think that's when they're all set, right? I mean, they don't need much more time than that. They get one playoff trip every 10, 15 years. You know, Tibbs is such an amazing coach, and he's gotten exposed in a big-time way. I got some Heat stuff that I want to talk about, too, on the show today. I'll do it after the boys get their hour in. But I got some stuff that I thought was very interesting as we get ready for the second half of the season. And it's so exciting, too, the second half of the season, because you start, you look at the situation with the Heat. It's all right. Now it starts this is go time now. We've kind of gotten through the meat of the matter. And now we start to come down to the final stretch. And I can't wait to see when they're going to unleash Oladipo. And hopefully, I'm hoping that this process with Oladipo has been that, he's gotten through his rehab, then he's gone through the individual practices, then he's gone through team practices, that he's gone through the soreness, that he's gone through the multiple workouts, the daily stuff, and that his body is starting to get used to the grind. Because there's no grind like an NBA season that you're constantly traveling, you're playing all kinds of games and all that kind of stuff. So definitely it can become one hell of a challenge for anybody. You know what I'm saying? And wear and tear on your body. But obviously with Depot, that's been an issue for him, for the last couple of years. And he's trying to find his mojo. And the Heat have had an entire year now to work with this man, to try to learn his body, try to get him over that hump. And here's the light at the end of the tunnel for me. We're talking about the Miami Heat. So we're talking about a team that, you look at PJ Tucker, he's in the best shape of his life and he's in the back end of his career. And yet he's playing incredible basketball for this team. And this is what Miami does. If you're willing to work, they're going to make you a better player. They're going to make you a more conditioned player. They're going to make you a more intelligent player. So part of this whole thing is for them now to kind of have, in this situation, hopefully get over that hump that they actually know who Oladipo is now. physically. And I think that's really, really important for the Miami Heat. And if they're able to get to that point and you can add Depot to this incredible lineup already, okay, because this lineup has gotten so much better as the year has gone on because the depth that they developed with those young guys was something none of us saw coming. You know what I mean? I was all open to, playing them early to see if you actually had something. And I'm glad that, what a scouting department, man. I mean, seriously, you get Tyler and Duncan on the back end of the lottery, you end up finding I'm not Duncan, Tyler and Bam, and you get Duncan off the scrap heap, and now you go find Strus off the scrap heap, and you're saving off the scrap heap, and Caleb Martin off the scrap heap, and Gabe Vincent off the scrap heap. I mean, are you kidding me? Even the Kyle Guy kid has been all right, but I mean, the other guys have really, we've only gotten a little, we've only seen, glimpses of Kyle, but the other guys, man, Caleb is one guy that out of those four guys, man, Caleb for me is probably the most complete guy out of all those cats, offensively and defensively, but everybody brings something to the table. None of us expected that. You wanted a point guard, right? Early on, a lot of the talk that we had going on the show, on the Inside the Paint show was, hey, you got to trade for a backup point guard. Now we Gabe Vincent anymore. Now you're looking for maybe a four because, the whole Markeith thing and all that. But it's really amazing. So if you're able to, if they figure out Depot's body, and if that cat gets over that mental hurdle of all those injuries, because obviously it's only human nature. If you've had, injuries that has been derailing your career the last couple of years, that it would only play games on you. So the job of the Heat and Oladipo is to almost overcome physically and mentally what you have going on. So if they're able to do that, that's the fun part about these last 20 whatever games left in the season, is that now you come down the stretch, hopefully you'll get Depot at some point in there, and then the excitement level will go to another level if we start to see that he's playing night in and night out, and we start to see flashes and glimpses of who he was. And I'm not saying that he actually doesn't need to get back to where he was this season. It would be nice. But as long as he is at 75 or 80%, that would be an incredible complementary piece to an already deep team. You know what I mean? So there's a lot to look forward to down the stretch here with the Heat in these last few games because it's extra drama for us. We've already been blessed with one hell of a season because look at how they've played. They've overcome all kinds of adversity, and all they do is continue to win. We should be playing, that's all I do is win, win, win. And that's what they should be doing, like they do in the strip clubs. All right, let's see if we get the boys. I would imagine that he's still getting the cobwebs out of his eyes, and he's still working on trying to get ready for the show. Hopefully he'll be awake by 8:59, and then we can bring him up. But we got the Slowman's Inside the Paint show coming up, so you could get ready for a hardcore hour of Miami Heat and NBA talk. Don't forget to smash that like button while you're watching. If you're listening to the podcast, day, night, whenever, smash that like button, please. And of course, don't forget that throughout the hour, you guys can send in your questions right there on the YouTube chat board. All right. And address it to the boys. And if you have any Heat or NBA questions that you want to ask, maybe some of you sorry Knick fans out there want to ask Ira, why do my Knicks suck all over again? Okay. Maybe you want to do that. You can do that. Ira will be ready to answer those questions. So there's a lot of things to talk about with the Heat. There's a lot of things to talk about in the NBA overall, too. So let's bring the boys up. I'm sure Ira is ready with his glasses off. And then we've got Clay. There we go. Clay woke up. So Clay is up. How you doing, my brother?
We're doing good. We were going through the maze of different links in different days. So Sean finally set us straight. So we were we were like in a different dimension at first, a blast to the past, then a future link. But we finally found Big O.
I sent you the right ones.
You know what? We go with Sean because, like Sean always tells us, he's the engine behind this whole thing. He goes, Orlando's just the face of all this. So we're going to stick with Sean, but we're here. That's what counts.
O's just here to look pretty.
Yeah. Really pretty. Oh, wow. QG is my magazine, not GQ. Yeah, I'm with you there. Yeah. It's there's no doubt. I was just talking about this, guys. That now down the stretch, what do we have? 20-something games, almost 30. What is it? 20,
25.
What is it?
I think it's 25, 23. Yeah, not a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. This gets exciting because now we're coming down the stretch. We don't know yet when they're going to insert Depot. So it's almost like a Jack in the Box every game. So we don't know when it's going to pop up when we get the Depot.
Right. We don't know if you can pop up and be Depot or pop up and be Kyle Guy. Yes, we're still waiting to see which head pops out of there.
But then what I was talking about is they've had a year to figure out the body, the player, the mind, and Depot's had to figure out his body and his mind. Because obviously it's beating him down like anybody would, any human being would, when you run into constant, walls, 12-10, onside, QAM, you got to overcome things in life sometimes. You know what I mean? You gotta find a way. And so it beats you down, right? But you got to fight it. And that is the exciting part about this, that if the Heat have had the year to try to figure out his body, and if he's been able to find his confidence again and overcome all of that, it could be a really exciting time for the Heat down the stretch here.
And and one thing I want to get into with Clay also is we've been talking about Oladipo. We've been talking about a buyout candidate. We've been talking about Markieff Morris. I sometimes wonder, Big O, if we don't stop and maybe sometimes always want the next thing and don't say, you know what, maybe if they add nothing, this is good enough. In other words, we always want to make something better. I mean, I know Clay at the end of the show, when Will on Sunday, he always goes, come on, 10 more minutes. Let us have 10 more minutes. And instead we go right to the infomercial. So everyone always wants a little bit more. But you know what? I think, Clay, we need to also discuss if there's nothing, if there's no Oladipo for whatever reason, and again, I'm hoping the best. If there's no Markieff Morris, if there's no buyout candidate, this is a really good team by itself. And I think sometimes as sports fans, trading deadline, buyout deadline, we always want the next thing. You know what? The current thing's a pretty damn good thing as it is.
By the way, 2 words for you, Clay, as you lead on to that. Caleb Martin. That's the dude that's kind of replacing Depot in a way. Let's be honest. If Depot plays, Caleb and Gabe are going to play a lot less. So let's call it like we see it. Those young cats, I'm counting on them. I feel good with those guys going into the playoffs. Go ahead.
Yeah, and it's not like the difference between what you're thinking Victor Oladipo is going to be. It's like theoretical Victor Oladipo, which would be like the 2016 all-star, borderline superstar, whatever year it was that he was all-NBA third team, versus actual Victor Oladipo, which we have no idea. He could be, as good as what we saw in that Lakers game last year before he got hurt. He could be the guy that we saw the games leading up to that was still trying to figure things out. Or he could be somebody that just never comes anywhere close to that. So the difference between actual Victor Oladipo and what we've seen from Caleb Martin isn't that big of a difference. Now, Caleb, I think, can guard a little bit bigger players and things like that. But we're going to get to that. And I think Ira brings up a great point. If this Heat team just stays constructed as is, and Victor Oladipo does not come in and give you that big boost, where do they stack up with the rest of the East? And I know Ira did a big breakdown on the entire Eastern Conference and the schedule. So we'll do that. We're going to get into where this team stacks up, both talent-wise, but also with the remaining schedule as we look towards the playoffs.
The biggest blessing has been those 4 young kids just coming through. That's what we didn't see coming. And that's what allows us to say, okay, if Depot doesn't come, those 4 kids have really added something to the back end of this team. And we are ready to add 1 hour, 1 ass-kicking hour of Miami Heat and NBA talk on the Slowman's Inside the Paint show next.
Oh, I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. with next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
NBA fans, it's time for the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. 1-800-ALARM-ME to protect your home with the best in the business. Sloman's has been serving customers for nearly 100 years. Nobody covers your home like Sloman's Home Security, and nobody talks heat in NBA basketball like Ira and Clay. Here's Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
All right, let's get it. Happy Wednesday, everybody. Clay Ferraro along with Ira Winderman to get you caught up on everything Heat, everything NBA after the trade deadline as we get into the second half of the season. And for those of you who don't follow Ira on Twitter, you see his @ right there, Ira Heat Beat. And he has a great breakdown right now of the second half of the schedule, not just for the Heat, but kind of comparing it to what other teams have as we look towards what seed the Heat are going to finish at, whether it's that one seed, heaven forbid they were to fall to the play-in, although I think thankfully they put themselves in a position where that's not what we're looking at. So we want to set up the hour of this show where we want you guys to drive this a bit. If you guys have questions, comments, make sure to drop them as we head into the second half of the season. But this is going to be a reset. This is going to be, okay, we've gotten a break. We're refreshed. We're rested. We're ready to rock. We know the Miami Heat are too. No practice today, but they're going to be getting back to practice tomorrow. So, Ira, after this All-Star break, have you had time to reflect and kind of look ahead on where this team is right now and where they could be as we look to the future?
Clay, this is almost going to sound like sort of an excuse, but to a degree, I don't know for this reason, is that the standings and the way they're set up right now in the Eastern Conference, you're 2.5 games from falling to 5th place. And while it doesn't start immediately, thankfully, they're the Knicks at the Garden on Friday, at home Spurs on Saturday. But then you almost have Hell Week coming up, when you have a week where you're opening, coming back home Monday against Chicago, going to Milwaukee
crazy. Crazy. It's crazy. That
right. Going to Milwaukee on Wednesday, going to Brooklyn, coming home against Philly. So you're going to have a much better idea a week from now. We're on the show as far as how the second half Heat are competing. And here's the thing, Clay. I'm not so sure we have seen the best of other teams. I mean, look at the other teams in the East. They've been waiting to sort of find themselves. Philly's just getting started now with James Harden. That debut is still to come. We're still waiting for Ben Simmons with the Nets and, of course, Kevin Durant to come back. You have Milwaukee just made a couple of small personnel moves, but still significant with what they've done with their roster. Chicago just added Tristan Thompson. So in a way, I know what the Heat are. We see them every day. We see them all the time. I do wonder, Clay, a little bit, what's the rest of the competition? So, I mean, right now, if you were almost to say, well, the Heat are, I mean, they're tied for first, but they have the tiebreaker. But I'm not so sure they have any better chance for first place than the Bulls or the 76ers or the Bucks or maybe even the Cavaliers right now. I think in a week or so, against top-tier competition, ready for the stretch run, we'll have a much better idea of where this team stands. This team could have a great record and still finish in 5th place.
Yeah, because of the other teams that you mentioned, and because of the way that those teams, to be completely honest, improved their roster as we look forward. And we talked about this last week with Brooklyn adding Ben Simmons, and it's not that Ben Simmons is a better player than James Harden, it's the fit. Philadelphia adds James Harden, who replaces somebody who wasn't even playing in Ben Simmons. And so you look at those two teams, you look at the move that Milwaukee made to bring in Serge Ibaka. I mean, Goran Dragic going to Brooklyn could eventually.
Oh, absolutely, especially with Kyrie. It's like right now, it's like you're almost asking, what's the biggest name, the biggest impact name in the NBA over the final 6 weeks of the season? And you know what's crazy, Clay? The biggest impact name in the NBA, I'm not going to put you on the spot because I'm sure you don't know where I'm going with this, is Eric Adams, the mayor of New York. Because if he allows Kyrie Irving to play home games, that's a game changer. And even if it's not when the Heat visit next Thursday, but even if it's just for the playoffs, that's a completely different, looking team all of a sudden. When you're going to have Durant and Simmons and Kyrie full-time and a little more Goran, maybe Joe Harris coming back. So I think even the vaccine mandate in New York will be an impact also. So there's still a lot to be played out here. And it'll be interesting to see how much of a climb, if any bit of a climb, that the Nets can make. I think also what'll be interesting is this. Who really wants the number 1 seed? Who's going to go all out? Clay, you referenced the breakdown I did in the Sun Sentinel on the remaining schedule. The Heat have 5 back-to-backs left. Do you think they're going to play all their veterans on both ends of all 5 of those back-to-backs?
No, of course not. And which is, now I say that because I felt like I felt that way at the beginning of the year, but then I saw them like start to play their veterans on both ends of a back-to-back. Obviously, the NBA kind of encourages you to play the guys in the games that are nationally televised. You have the back-to-back with Milwaukee and then Brooklyn, right?
That's
Coming up,
yeah.
where I think the Brooklyn game, the second night, is the one that's nationally televised. But do you really want to tell those guys that you have to sit them for the game against Milwaukee? So that's going to be the tough one.
And there's zero chance they're going to do that. Eric Spoelstra always tells us we're not doing that, and then he does that. So you can even see this back-to-back at New York, get yourself back in stride. Then you come home for San Antonio. God bless San Antonio, but they're somewhat limited, even though they do have DeJounte Murray back. And you're absolutely right the following week, Clay. The Milwaukee game, that's the game right now. The Heat hold the 2-1 season series lead. That's a tiebreaker game. There's not going to be a tiebreaker game with Brooklyn. There's no way that Brooklyn's going to catch up that amount of games, get into a first-place tie with the Heat, and then you have to go to the tiebreaker. The Heat's up 2-0 on Brooklyn. They have 2 games left, one in Brooklyn, one later in the season at FTX Arena. So they're probably going to get that tiebreaker. Those are the different games. Chicago on Monday, the Heat are up 2-0 on the Bulls with 2 games left. You win that, you get the tiebreaker. As Clay, the multiple team tiebreakers, you make a mini subset of standings. Those wins mean more. A win against Chicago, a win against Milwaukee, a win against Philadelphia mean more than one game. Believe me, Eric Spoelstra might not tell you this, but he has little circles in his office of what means a little more, and those games will mean more. So you know what? The Heat will come up with injuries. You and I will look at the injury report the night before, and you go, wow, I didn't realize that Kyle still needs his wisdom teeth pulled, and that's why he's not playing on Thursday. I mean, they'll just come up with something. And then we'll write they're going to rest, and the Heat will go, we're not resting players. We don't do that. Yeah, because on national television games, you can't do that. It's going to get very interesting medically.
Yeah, and also looking ahead to that game, who knows if Kevin Durant's going to be able to play. And obviously that would be, if you're looking for places to steal a chance to take a night off, I mean, obviously Brooklyn showed here that even though the Heat got a big lead, Kyrie Irving can single-handedly shoot you back into a game.
And he won't be playing
so those are the types of decisions that the Heat are going to have to make going down the stretch. Some of the comments so far, Arcadio, I really appreciate that. Good morning, Omar. I love how everybody's giving Sean a hard time for this. Oscar, we are live, so whatever questions you want to ask, go for it. Great or good, home court advantage in the playoffs. Good morning, Thomas. Yeah, I think it's home court advantage is important, and we've talked about this, but health is more important. And we're getting to the point in the season where you're looking at the remaining schedule, and it's a few things stick out. Matchups stick out, obviously. You want to get these guys and keep them healthy. I do think it matters that the Heat have more home games remaining than any of the other contenders, and it's not even close. They've got 16 home games left versus 9 on the road. And a lot of these other teams have some road trips coming up. The Heat have already they're finished with all of their road trips. They're big, long road trips. So when you're talking about like the wear and tear of a schedule, I know Eric Spoelstra likes these long road trips from a team bonding, team building perspective, but I think we're past that with this team. I think it's important to have these guys around the trainers down here in Miami and be able to get the treatment that they need without having to travel and deal with swelling in knees and things like that. So I think things play out nicely from that perspective. But I want to go back to your point, Ira, that the other teams in the league that you're looking at their schedules and who's coming up on this schedule, they got better, and they got significantly better at the deadline, a lot of them. So you compare that with the Heat, and are you comfortable with the Heat not doing anything massive at the trade deadline, maybe adding a closer to healthy Victor Oladipo, and that being your big acquisition, and looking at the rest of the scheduling and saying, okay, yeah, this team is still where they need to be when it comes to a contending perspective, not a challenging perspective, a contending perspective?
And again, I would go almost incrementally position by position. So in other words, there's no MJ out there. There's no player the Heat were going to get with their draft position and what their assets that they were going to make the super big move. Nor do I think they have to, because I'm not sure there's a better center for who they want to be than Bam Adebayo. I'm not sure there's a better backup center for the physical moments that they need than a Dwayne Dedmon. I'm not sure there are better three-point shooters out there than Duncan Robinson and Max Strus. I'm not so sure there's not a crunch time, go time, bullying, get to the foul line player like a Jimmy Butler, followed up by a Kyle Lowry that can get you those baskets when you need it. So when you look at what the Heat might need, I don't think the trading deadline was going to give them a starter like it did for Brooklyn when it brought in Ben Simmons, like it did for Philadelphia when they brought in James Harden. That was not going to be their play. It was not going to be even the kind of play, the small moves, the subtle moves made, with Karis LeVert by the Cleveland Cavaliers, a rotation player. The Heat's rotation is so good, you've got to be a pretty damn good player to crack it. So where are you cracking it? Again, starting lineup, we can argue the Robinson thing another time. Let's take a week off from that. But starting lineup, Bam Adebayo, PJ Tucker, Duncan Robinson, Jimmy Butler, Kyle Lowry works very well. You don't want to mess with that. Then you got Tyler Hero coming back from the knee. You have Dwayne Dedmon in there. Then eighth guy, and that's probably where it starts, probably Caleb Martin now because he's the best two-way player. Hopefully Victor Oladipo because he might be a better two-way player. And then we're 9 deep. So where were you going to add? Who were you going to bump? And the bump was always going to be if you were going to replace Duncan Robinson. If you were going to make a big trade, a $15 million trade. And really no one made that this year without giving up a major asset for someone like that. As a matter of fact, I'll put it to you this way, Clay. Do you necessarily think if the Heat could have gotten Karis LeVert, that he would be your starter for what this team needs ahead of Duncan Robinson?
No, because I think chemistry matters. And I
Right.
think that you've been able to see how Bam and Duncan play together.
Yes.
And look, we look at it as, well, Duncan magically shoots better when Bam is out there, and the chemistry is helpful with that. But it's not just that; it's the gravity that Duncan creates. Bam is used to being in certain spots with Duncan on the floor, so it helps Bam too. Like, I don't think it's a coincidence that we've seen this incredibly aggressive Bam Adebayo since he's come back and been playing with Duncan Robinson. It's the type of Bam that we saw earlier in the season before the knee became an issue. We talk about the being out because of the thumb injury.
Right.
The knee was a real problem for him before that thumb. And we even said at the time, look, like, you never want to see anybody get hurt. But the blessing in disguise with that, and I emphasize in disguise,
Right.
is that it gave him time to let that knee heal close to fully. And you told the story here that every time he went out there before a game and there was a little bit of swelling, they would have to go back and measure the amount of swelling in the knee to determine whether or not he was even going to be able to play that night. That's clearly not having to happen anymore, and that's a good thing. So to go back to your original question, no, not for a Karis LeVert. Now, if you're looking at some of the other names that were being tossed around, I don't even, PJ Washington wouldn't have even been somebody that would have been that discussion.
I'm talking about the players who were actually traded. In other words, the speculation is a wonderful thing, Clay.
Gotcha.
We don't really know if Charlotte was desperate to move PJ Washington because they have his extension coming up and they were worried about it. So my point being is, in the Heat starting lineup, you know that Bam likes to have the ball, especially now. He's being more aggressive. He's looking at the rim. Jimmy certainly likes to have the ball. He's always looking at the rim. Kyle likes to have the ball, even if it's not for scoring, it's for playmaking. You can't have too many like to have the balls. Duncan Robinson doesn't need plays called for him. He moves great without the ball. PJ Tucker doesn't need the ball. He stands in the corner. He'll make 50% of his threes in that shape. So that chemistry matters also. It's why you can go a little sideways sometimes when Tyler Hero's in the starting lineup. He does need the ball. He does look at the rim. You have to find those sort of units there. So from the players who were traded at the deadline, it's not like the Heat missed out. It's not like they could have had X, Y, or Z. Now we're looking at the buyout deadline. I had no issue if they would have made a move for Goran Dragic, but I could see Goran sitting back and going, I might not even play there. I've seen the Heat do this before, bring in a Luke Babbitt at the buyout deadline, and then he doesn't wind up playing. He knew as long as the mandate remained in place in New York and Kyrie couldn't play home games, that he'd have at least half the home schedule, half the home playoff schedule. So I understand that also. Again, The buyout deadline is March 1st. That's next Tuesday, I believe. As long as you were waived by a team by then, you're eligible to be signed until the end of the regular season and be playoff eligible. So by the time we do our show next week on the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint, we'll have a much better idea of the buyout candidates. Maybe someone shakes free. Maybe someone at the bottom of the standings. I listed in my story 5 teams playing for the lottery: Houston, Oklahoma City, Orlando, Detroit, and Indiana. Maybe some guy on an expiring contract and one of those teams say, screw this. I don't need to spend the next 6 weeks for my team wanting to lose to get to the lottery. So I think you might see better names shaking out in coming days where guys said, you know what? Instead of just giving up the minimum like Goran did and giving him back $800,000, I like how I throw these numbers around because I've covered the NBA so long, I'll give up $1 million to go somewhere else. So I think you still might see a better name where next Wednesday when we're talking, you could say to yourself, well, now this is interesting because they can sign X, Y, and Z. Right now, the buyout market does nothing to really say, hey, we've got to go out and get DJ Augustine. Now we know that Dennis Schroeder, the Rockets, are saying they're probably going to keep him for the rest of the season. They say that now, but maybe if Dennis Schroeder gives up a little bit more, they don't say that. I think we'll have a much better idea by next week. But let's face it, Clay, as we get ready for our next segment here, the Heat did not trade KZ Okpala and go through all of that to open a roster spot to do nothing. They will do something.
I'm reading Scummy's comments. I was about to say Scummy made an interesting point, and it was one that we could talk about. And then he said the Heat are like the Kerry Kittles, Jason Kidd Nets, only worse. I'm not sure. I'm not sure I'd go there. Although, some of those teams were actually pretty good. Some of the comments that are really good. Oscar brought up a question. It's one that, I know all Heat fans are asking, which is where does Omer Yurtseven fit in as far as the rotation goes? And, we're talking about where the upgrades and things like that. And you're talking about the rotation. Well, Omer's name didn't even come up when you're going through that. Why is that? Help explain to people why it is that when you have a Dwayne Dedmon and, of course, Bam Adebayo, Omer Yurtseven becomes, I'm not going to say expendable, but the minutes go down drastically and without really much hope of them going up, barring injury or foul trouble.
Because in the playoffs, the game slows. Because in the playoffs, the game becomes more about defense. Because of the style the Heat play, that's where Omer is still lacking. Omer's time will come after the season when Dwayne Dedmon's contract expires, when the Heat have more time to work on changing toward that style. He's still going to have a big future for this team. But if you're asking me or other NBA executives and scouts, do they think Omer Yurtseven is a playoff rotation player? I don't think anyone thinks that now. I think he needs a little bit more polish. Now, if Dwayne Dedmon's not available, fine. Matter of fact, Clay, 2 years ago, it seems like a century ago, 2020 playoffs, Bam Adebayo was injured and can't play, and the Heat started Myers Leonard. Well, now they can start Omer Yurtseven. That's a huge upgrade. So at least they could have that in their back pocket if needed, but it's not something where when Eric Spoelstra lines up his playoff rotation, Omer's name is in there. He is break open in case of emergency. His future's ahead of him. His future's a next season kind of thing. This was a wonderful step this year. Now he has to take that bigger step off season next year.
There's a question, too, about the starting lineup, and you kind of gloss over that, but I want to be clear when everybody is healthy. And this means, Tyler Hero's knee is obviously feeling better, and Victor Oladipo. And again, with Vic, let's just assume whatever healthy Victor Oladipo is going to be, whether that's 80% of the best Victor Oladipo that we've seen or whatever it is. The starting lineup for this team, I think you and I are on the same page with this. It remains intact. It is Kyle Lowry, Duncan Robinson, Jimmy Butler, PJ Tucker, Bam Adebayo, correct?
It is, except, and this, I know we're getting long in the segments, we can move on to this in the next segment. Eric Spoelstra has always had a dynamic change just before the playoffs. A couple of years, Kendrick Nunn was a starter. Then all of a sudden, Goran Dragic was brought out of mothball. So I would never say anything is locked in with Eric Spoelstra. Again, if you're a top 6 seed, you get a week off before the playoffs. The Heat will finish their schedule. I think it's April 10th on a Sunday in Orlando. The earliest they will play is next Saturday. That lets the mad professor go into his lab at 601 Biscayne and Eric Spoelstra cook something up. So while I think it stays intact, I certainly can see Eric Spoelstra saying, well, you know what? When you look at our matchups, we got Toronto in the first round. We got Cleveland potentially in the second round. I think this might work a little better. I think we might need a little more size. I think maybe a Caleb Martin would work a little better to give us someone to guard Siakam in this round, guard Markin in the next round. So I wouldn't summarily dismiss it, only because we've seen this from Eric Spoelstra before. He has changed his starting lineups in the playoffs. So I wouldn't rule anything out, but if you're sort of putting out your, here's today's betting odds, I would bet on the current starting lineup until I see reason to bet otherwise.
Yeah, and I think even going back to those teams, you mentioned the Kendrick Nunn team, and it was kind of like you just had this feeling all along that it was better if Goran Dragic was in the it was almost like they were trying to steal minutes of rest with Goran. It was easier to manage his minutes coming off the bench. And there was also a decent chemistry with that first group. With this team, I can't see a need to pull any of the individuals out of that lineup unless you do see something matchup specific. Like you said, like the Duncan Robinson situation, we love the gravity. We love the fact that he's pulling guys away. So I think that makes it different. A lot more to get to, all of your questions and comments, which are great. Plus, Ira, I want to ask you this. Do the Heat have a new closer down the stretch? All that. Plus, please smash that like button for us. It does us a big favor. That and a lot more coming up next right here on Inside the Paint.
You're listening to the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. Big O listeners can get a free doorbell camera. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME. When you're ready to purchase a new home or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today. 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com. The Big O Radio Show is looking for an experienced salesperson in the radio or TV business. The candidate must have at least 5 years of sales experience in the broadcast business over the last 10 years. Please email your phone number and resume to bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. That's bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Looking for an aggressive person who can help our platform expand into many avenues in our business. Reach out if you are the person that's able to make a difference. For over 25 years, South Floridians have counted on Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises for their roofing needs. In South Florida, we battle the sweltering heat, rain, winds, and all kinds of tropical storms. That's why when it comes to protecting your family, home, or business, call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com. 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs. All work fully guaranteed with the customer's complete satisfaction. A+ rated member of the Better Business Bureau. Licensed and insured. There's no buts about it. When your roof needs repair or replacement, go to TommyBButtsJrEnterprises.com. A certified widening contractor.
Oh, great. You got a doorbell camera. Now you got a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
No.
And there's nothing you can do about it.
Get out of my house!
Ooh, Mom's jewelry. There goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Sloman's, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, a free doorbell camera.
Free?
One that'll actually work for you. It's not total security unless it's the Sloman's Shield. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
Welcome back to the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. At Sloman's, we never charge for installation. There's no minimum requirements, no activation fee, no games. See how easy and affordable it is to secure your home at 1-800-ALARM-ME. 1-800-ALARM-ME. Here's Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Welcome back. Talking is hard. Welcome back, guys. Great comments, great questions. We appreciate them. Ricardo, good to have you aboard. Thanks for the kind comments in the chat. That's the best way for us to communicate with you guys and kind of get a vibe for where you want us to take the show as we go along here. But Ira, I asked you this question before the break. Do the Heat have a new closer? And do they have a new guy that you're a little bit more confident in the ball being in his hands down the stretch? The floor is yours.
I think we're sort of forgetting because of the knee injury and the time out of the lineup, what Tyler Hero has done and what he can do again. So I think those situations where maybe it's not the last shot of the game, but down the stretch you need offense. I think Tyler Hero is the guy who will be out there. I think he's a guy who's willing, and he's a shot maker. He makes something out of nothing. Perhaps.
So let me cut you off really quickly,
Sure.
because you immediately went the direction of somebody that is not one of the two players that I was mentioning. And I think this is my and so let's, it's like all cloak and dagger and mystery here. Jimmy Butler's late game decision making and the shots that he has chosen to take down the stretch of games, it's gotten the Heat in trouble. And you look at his stats, shooting 3-pointers down the stretch, clutch shots. It's terrible. And it's like at some point
don't hold back, Clay. Don't hold back.
No, look, and I think Jimmy Butler's a fantastic player. And by no means is this like bash Jimmy Butler. He's unbelievable. When you talk about a guy who's an all-around everything you want, he's great. The late game stuff has become a problem. And, we go back to missing the layup in Atlanta and then choosing to shoot 3-pointers and settle for jumpers when I think everybody knows he's best when he's attacking the basket. He did hit that 3-pointer in double overtime in Charlotte, but it was after missing 2 late jumpers, one of them a 3-pointer at the end of both regulation and overtime.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, they don't even get to a double overtime if Kyle Lowry doesn't go crazy in overtime. And I'm getting to the point, Ira, where I'm more comfortable with the ball in Kyle Lowry's hands down the stretch. And I was asking you this to compare the two, but you immediately go to Tyler Hero. And Ira, I'm not sure that I'm not more comfortable with the ball in Tyler Hero's hands down the stretch, and especially last possession of games, than I am Jimmy Butler right now. And it's not that Jimmy Butler can't. We've seen him do this. When he is attacking the basket late in games, he's almost impossible to stop. It's when he settles for the jump shots. But at some point, that becomes who you are down the stretch. And if that doesn't change, Ira, I'd rather see the ball in either Lowry or Tyler Hero's hands.
Well, I'm assuming that the Ferrara girls are at school, so I can maybe curse. But I'll put it this way: I think Jimmy has taken a what the F approach when it comes to some of this, because it's just regular season, Clay. I think Jimmy has just been, I'm going to shoot the 3 and go for the win. I'm going to try a shot here that maybe I shouldn't take otherwise, because you know what? It's 1 of 82. And we're in first place. And we're having a good season. And I'm tired. And the game is late. I don't think we're getting clutch Jimmy Butler where it's mentally focused all in. I must win this game right now because this game matters. And I've seen this from some of the guys on the team also. It's sort of, I made it, I missed it, let's go home. You know, when the shot, when you're down by 2 and you shoot the 3 anyway, and it's sort of one of those let's go home shots. How many has Jimmy taken all year? He's taken a ton of them. Dwayne Wade used to take a ton of them during the regular season also. Look, we had a similar debate with Dwayne Wade. Why is he
and by the way, let me cut you off again because I love cutting you off. But game 1 of the playoffs against the Bucks last year, when it got down to that point, he didn't settle for the 3-pointer. He drove and he sent it to overtime. So that backs up your point that when it really matters, he seems to know and rise to that occasion.
This is WTF time of year. And I know people don't want to hear that because they spent their hard-earned dollars and they spend 3 hours in front of the TV and they want to see a moment. But I just think I think it's completely different in the playoffs. You know, again, all these people are talking about Jimmy not as a closer. And I mentioned this, you know, in a previous segment, is Jimmy Butler in 2020 was everything you wanted as a closer. When the Heat went to the NBA Finals against the Lakers and the moments along the way there, getting fouled in the final second. What was it, against Boston with like 0.2 of a second to put the game away when he was fouled on a shot? He's going to be a different player than these guys are pacing themselves. You don't want to hear that, but you also don't want to see Jimmy Butler going down in a heap during a regular season game in Charlotte when you have bigger games ahead of you. Hey, you know what? Kyle Lowry's been this way also. Kyle Lowry could shoot the ball and do a lot more also. But first, it's just December. It's just January. It's just February. I know we're not supposed to talk that way because you try to win every game because there's Heat, capital C, or I don't know the TV, which way it makes it look like a C, capital C Heat culture. But it's not the same, Clay. It's a regular season game. And yes, you'd like to get the W and the higher seed and the home court, but I think there's a completely different mentality, almost to the point when you and I were discussing playoff rotation. I think you do need to take a deep breath and say to yourself, but what about in the playoffs? Will a player 1 through 8 of my rotation be a playoff player. Like we mentioned Omar Yurtsevin before. I think he has to grow into that. I think he'd get bullied in the playoffs when it's all or nothing, when your flagrant foul meter gets reset and you're not going to get a 1-game suspension. So there's certain players I need to see it in the playoffs. God bless Gabe Vincent. I've never seen it in the playoffs. God bless Caleb Martin. Never seen it in the playoffs. I know what Jimmy in the playoffs is. I know that Kyle Lowry's a playoff son of a bitch. Sorry if the girls are still around. And I know that he got it done because Toronto won a championship, not just with Kawhi, but with him. So,
we know Tyler.
I think Bam Adebayo, it's certainly Tyler Hero in the Boston series, Eastern Conference Finals 2020. So we still have to see that. So don't discount Jimmy being playoff Jimmy by what we're seeing now. At times, again, don't aggregate this, but at times some of these guys just don't give an F because they know there's bigger moments ahead. I think in a moment of truth, when Jimmy Butler needs 1 or 2 points and knows it could lead to him being, flopping down or going hard to the court, he will do that in the playoffs. I'm not so sure he'll do it in mid-February.
All right, you talked me down. You actually did change my perspective on this, and I can't believe I'm saying that you actually changed. But it makes more sense when you put it in the context of how much does this game matter? And it's not that the games aren't important, and it's not that possession isn't the most important possession of that game, but is it worth risking what you might be risking in that scenario? And also, look, it also made me think of what PJ Tucker said the other night after the Brooklyn game, where they blew a 20-point lead, and they asked him in the post-game news conference, I think Anthony asked him the question about, what is it that you learn about this team? How do you feel when you blow a lead like that? And Anthony uses a lot kinder words than I am because he's a really nice guy. But how does it feel when you give up a lead like that and then you just kind of hold on by the skin of your teeth? And PJ said, I love it. He said, look, you never want to blow a 20-point lead, but you have to figure out ways to pull games out in these moments. And it's almost like the Heat veterans, your Jimmy Butlers, your PJ Tuckers, your Kyle Lowrys, even Bam's getting to that point, I think, although he's not quite there yet when it comes to like being, understanding that regular season, Bam's going to go all in with every game. But I think they're starting to get that the regular season is when you figure yourself out for the playoffs more than it is win at all costs. It's, I remember Phil Jackson was famous for this in LA, that he would let the Lakers blow a 20-point lead and he would never call a timeout. And I mean, the announcers would be screaming. I used to listen to Chick Hearn and Stu Lance do the games, and he's not calling a timeout. Why isn't he calling a timeout? But that was just what Phil Jackson liked to do. He wanted to see his team, especially in the regular season, figure it out by themselves, because there are going to be those moments in the playoffs where you don't have daddy to hold your hand. Like, you need somebody, you need to find it within yourself. You need to rely on the guy next to you, as opposed to just, let's call a timeout and try to use this pause to break the other team's run. So I guess the answer to the question is, you have not replaced your permanent closer with Kyle Lowry when it comes to the moments of truth in the games that matter the most and the legacy make or break games. But what you do have is somebody in Kyle Lowry that you trust immensely down the stretch, and somebody also in Tyler Hero when he comes back that you trust immensely down the stretch. And there's nothing wrong with that. They're not quite Kevin Durant. I mean, nobody is. You're not going to have a Kyrie Irving. You're not going to have, when you play the best teams in these last, your Brooklyns, your Philadelphias, even your Milwaukees, even though Giannis can't shoot free throws, they're going to have the better player on the floor. They're going to have the more elite, the more talented player. But you have more guys maybe that you trust to take that shot, that you can put the ball in their hands and find the matchup that you like.
You know what? We could almost do a playoff ratings, because I think what matters most in the playoffs are closers. So in other words, you mentioned Brooklyn. Kevin Durant might be the game's ultimate closer, but Kyrie Irving is probably right there with him. They have 2 closers. We've seen Jimmy do it in the 2020 playoffs. We've seen Kyle Lowry do it in the 2019 playoffs. The Heat have 2 closers. Philadelphia, we've never really seen Joel Embiid do it, because it's hard for a big man to do it because he has to get the ball from someone. We've seen James Harden fall flat on his face at times in those situations, in all those Houston almost kind of moments. So you wonder about them. Cleveland's the perfect example. I spoke to a scout last week, and he basically told me, Cleveland's just glad to be in the playoffs. But come the moments of truth, Is Jarrett Allen going to be the guy? Is Larry Markkinen going to be the guy? Is Evan Mobley as a rookie going to be the guy? As much as I love Darius Garland, when those lights come on, is he going to be the guy? So when I look through these East standings, look, say what you want. Milwaukee did it. They did it with Drew Holiday. They did it with the highly underrated Chris Middleton. And like you mentioned, they still have Giannis. They have their closers at the end of the game. So when you go through it, you have to say, which guys do you have? Boston's playing great now. We still need to see Tatum and Jaylen Brown in those playoff moments. The Heat have two guys who have the gold star seal of approval of being closers. The Nets have at least two guys who have the gold star seal of approval, which Ben Simmons has the opposite. You know, he sort of has, like a negative mark there because of what happened in Philadelphia. Your playoffs are going to come down to your closers. I feel confident that the Heat have at least two, and maybe Tyler Hero, if you can mask his defense, can be the third guy for you there also. That's what matters. So when we look at the standings, it doesn't matter how the jumble works out. It matters in those series who's going to step forward. I still think Kyle Lowry will step forward. I still think Jimmy Butler will step forward because they have to step forward.
I don't know why this didn't hit me before, but you mentioned Brooklyn and Kyrie and Kevin Durant. And then you also go back to, hey, the mayor of New York may ultimately decide how far Brooklyn can go in the playoffs. Did Goran pick Brooklyn on the off chance that he has to beat Kyrie at home?
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, isn't that crazy? Goran, and look, I'm not saying Goran is Kyrie, but when you talk about what he can bring to an offense, and when we were talking, because we had so many questions last week about, hey, would the Heat sign Goran Dragic? And I think that you and I were both on the same page on, even though we got yelled at, and I even got yelled at on Twitter later on that night after they lost, which is Goran wouldn't have had the defined role when this team was fully healthy and ready to roll. And, you can't really play him a lot of minutes next to Tyler Hero because your deficiencies in the backcourt defensively come up too strong.
Sure.
And you can't have those guys on the floor at the same time in the playoffs for long stretches. But if you're Brooklyn and you've got a team built with Kyrie Irving in mind at that spot, Goran Dragic easily slides into the role of a creator, shooter, scorer, guy that Kyrie can steal the ball pretty well, but he's not somebody that you want as your dominant on-ball defender.
Right.
Goran's not somebody you want as your predominant on-ball defender in the backcourt. So it's like you can see the fit of where he fits in there. And so bringing this full circle to what you were saying, I probably have a little bit more confidence in Embiid than maybe you do, even though we haven't seen it necessarily. But I saw it enough, I think, in when Miami played them a few years ago, and he was just kind of Cleveland's a great point, but when you're looking at the power rankings of the closers, the Heat have more guys that you're comfortable with than anybody else. But even if they don't have the one guy that you have the utmost confidence in, I think you are more than B-level confident in Tyler Hero, Jimmy Butler, and Kyle Lowry in those moments of truth. Whereas when you look at a Brooklyn, you obviously are not comfortable with Ben Simmons. When you look at Philadelphia, how many times did James Harden have to fall flat for you to finally say, okay, those are really great player, but in those moments of truth, it just does not happen. So I think it's a great point. And then your point about Cleveland is well taken as well.
Yeah, and again, to go back to Goran, Goran's interesting because if Kyrie doesn't play home games, there's a whole schedule for Goran. However, if Kyrie's cleared for home games, all of a sudden you have Kyrie, you have Seth Curry, you might have Joe Harris coming back. Patty Mills has been very good off their bench. Goran's sort of facing a thing here where either he's going to be a big part of this or no part of it, depending how that plays out. I think his relationship with Steve Nash, who was his mentor early in his career as a player in Phoenix, had a big part to do with it. And I think there also was some candor for the Heat that, hey, we've got what we have. Vic is going to be our Goran right now to see if he could fit in late in the season. We don't feel comfortable trying to fit him in and also carve out minutes for you, so there might be nothing here for you. At least there was honesty there also. But yeah, I would be concerned Heat first round against the Nets. If you're going against Durant and going against Irving on the road and going against Goran at home, it can get really dicey. And I don't think we'll know that depending on where the Heat finish for this reason. When you get to the play-in round, 7, 8, 9, and 10, you don't know who's going to be the 7 seed and who's going to be the 8 seed. In other words, first round game, maybe it'll be Brooklyn against Atlanta. The winner of that gets the number 7 seed. Well, maybe you don't want to be number 2 then. But the loser of that could wind up being the number 8 seed. So maybe you didn't want to be number 1. So really, if you want to avoid either of those teams, you might want to drop down and be the number 3 seed and say, okay, we'll take our chances with Boston or Toronto. Leading sort of full circle, I don't think you can play the seeding games, because when the season ends, when we hit that April 10th, that Sunday, you still won't know who the 7 or 8 seed in your conference is. And you possibly won't know that until Wednesday or Thursday of that week. That's where it gets interesting. You can't play that game. You might as well go for it.
The greater good and Jason both bring up really interesting points I want to get to in the next segment. One about Tyler Hero and his role coming off the bench. And also, it kind of blends into what you were just saying about Goran and Oladipo. And then also a question about Duncan Robinson and the fact that we've seen him come off the bench and play pretty well too. But I think this is a different scenario. We'll explain why. That and a lot more coming up right here on Inside the Paint.
This is the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. Check out Sloman's low-cost monitoring rates and how it could save you thousands on a security system at 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME. The Big O Radio Show is looking for partners to join our growing platform. If your business is ready to reach an audience that starts in Florida, crosses the nation while expanding internationally, this is the program that provides that vehicle. The Big O Radio Show is ready to broadcast live anywhere in the world to represent your event or product. To reach out by phone, 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. Or email bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Help us grow as we provide the content and personal connection corporate entities will never achieve. South Florida's premier law enforcement agency is now hiring individuals like you. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department is now accepting applications for non-certified and certified police officer positions. Minimum requirements and qualifications can be found at flpdjobs.com. That's flpdjobs.com. Are you ready? The city of Fort Lauderdale is an equal opportunity employer.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
Oh, I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
The timeout is over. The Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro is back. Access and manage your devices from anywhere with the My Sloman's app. Protect your family by calling 1-800-ALARM-ME. Here's Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Welcome back. Final segment here on Inside the Paint. The man with the glowing bald head is Ira Winderman, Clay Ferraro here. And I had a joke about the new hair product I was using, and I was going to say Ira knows all about that, but I figured that would be too mean and not the way to start off a Wednesday. But Jason and the greater good are bringing up some comments, some questions, and kind of going back and forth. And it's a good discussion. It's about, the Duncan Robinson and his role as a starter versus coming off the bench, which we've seen him be able to have some success doing before, which is kind of tough to do sometimes as a shooter. You've either got it or you don't. There's a different mindset for a closing pitcher versus a starting pitcher, things like that. It's the same thing with bench player versus starter. And then also Tyler Hero. And would you insert him into the starting lineup potentially, maybe in place of Duncan Robinson. And I'll give you my take on this, and then I'll kind of give you the floor. This is all, you could potentially see certain things change with matchups. I still like the idea of having Bam and Duncan together to start games. And then you kind of read the room. You read the temperature of how the game goes on. And is Duncan hot? And I mean, is he hot shooting the ball? I'm not talking about is Duncan good looking. But is he able to hit his shots? Is he having a good, is he like, and so is that combo working? Is Bam working well off of Duncan? If that's working, then Duncan gets more minutes as the game goes on. And then Tyler kind of stays in his role coming off the bench, which he's obviously very comfortable with. And then you kind of make the decision on who gets the closing minutes. I don't think you want to have Duncan and Tyler playing a lot of minutes together closing, because I think we saw, and I remember especially in the Indiana series in the bubble, that when those two were on the floor together, I mean, Malcolm Brogdon would just pick whichever one that he could get ISO'd on and attack. You don't want that in the playoffs. So it's probably going to have to be an either or down the stretch. And I'm talking about when it goes possession for possession. But I do think a lot of it is matchup based, but I also think that sometimes we focus too much on who's starting as opposed to who's closing. And we focus more on who's out there in minute one as opposed to who gets more minutes overall as the game goes on. So that's my take on it. Wanted to get yours.
Well, it's interesting. The wild card, and we started the show with, and people can go back to the podcast and listen to the first segment, is the Victor Oladipo wild card. But what if Victor Oladipo is really good when he comes back?
Yeah.
Then I could see a situation where if you start Caleb Martin, you have another defender in your starting lineup. So Jimmy doesn't have to start with the toughest cover from minute one in a 48-minute playoff game. So
and that's interesting. That's interesting. You say that if Victor is really, really good, it's not necessarily that you would put Victor in the lineup in place of Duncan. It's that Caleb might start. So go ahead.
So then you can have a lineup where you're going with Bam and PJ and Caleb and Jimmy and Kyle. So you're injecting someone there in the starting lineup and moving Duncan out of the starting lineup. Because then your top three off the bench, Hero, obviously, is going to be your sixth man regardless of how this sets up. But then in addition to Dedmon, you can play Victor Oladipo in that role, have a defender on the second unit alongside Tyler Hero instead of, say, a Max Strus or someone. You don't drop off that much defensively, and that becomes your top eight. So in a way, Victor Oladipo can impact Duncan Robinson. And this is what I was talking about in segment 2. You can catch that on the podcast later also, is that Kendrick Nunn type of move. Hey, this was good for the regular season. People thought we were going to be team A. Aha! But we're going to be team B come the playoffs and go in this direction. So the Oladipo thing not only looms as, hey, is Victor going to start? He's going to change our starting lineup. Is Victor going to be a rotation player? Because if Vic is a rotation player and you're primarily going 8 deep, then you're not only talking about maybe Gabe Vincent and Max Strus being out of the rotation, but Caleb Martin being out of the rotation, which I don't see for his overall contributions. He can still make the three. He can still be in that early running offense that they love to play anyway. And that way, Jimmy Butler at the start of the game doesn't have to take the top cover, whether it's DeMar DeRozan, whether it's Durant. You can give Caleb Martin that. And you know what? No offense. But if someone's going to get in foul trouble early, I would rather it be Caleb Martin than Jimmy Butler anyway. So there are possibilities. Again, as I mentioned earlier, because if you're a top 6 seed, you get a week off before your first playoff game as the play-in round people, 7, 8, 9, and 10, have their little mini tournament for 2 spots. Eric Spoelstra will have plenty of time to think this through, plenty of time to sit with his analytics people. But again, it comes down to, when do we see Victor Oladipo? What do we see in Victor Oladipo? And how many minutes after almost a calendar year off can Victor Oladipo honestly play? That's why I still prefer him off the bench, Clay, because I think then if you play a player 15, 18, 20 minutes off the bench, it's a lot easier to do that than sort of covering up your starters where he only plays the top 6, 8 minutes of the start of the first half and second half, and then you wonder if you have a fatigue player. So the Oladipo thing is a factor, and we haven't even mentioned on the show yet the Markieff Morris thing.
It's fascinating when you look at the difference that Victor Oladipo could make with this team, and you talk about the top 8, right? And I think that's, you talk about your playoff rotation, and what's Pat Riley's favorite saying? Play 8, trust 7, whatever it is. Like,
right,
I mean,
use 6, and just until you get down to one player who's going to give the ball. Yeah.
Yeah, and so but if you look at your eight, if Victor Oladipo is healthy, you can easily make a case that it's the five current starters: Tyler Hero, Victor Oladipo, and Caleb Martin. And in which case it would make sense. And starting Caleb Martin is something I hadn't even thought about, because we do see that a lot early on in games where it's like, oh, why isn't player X, your star, your best defender, guarding the other player's best offensive player? And you don't want to get those guys in foul trouble. Whereas if you start a Caleb Martin and you tell him, and we saw it with Trae Young, he said, go guard Trae
Right.
Young. Don't let him.
Like a rabid
keeps
dog.
Your other, yeah, it keeps your other guys from getting into foul trouble, which is interesting. And so if Vic comes back and you bring him off the bench, you can see, which I think we both agree, that's kind of the more likely scenario. You could see a scenario where he is incredibly impactful to the entire rotation of this team while still not overly messing with the chemistry, because he is coming off the bench. And one thing to add to that, I love the idea of playing Victor and Tyler Hero together extended minutes. I just think the complement is so good. And I think Tyler's the type where, you're right, I mean, he's good with the ball in his hands, but he's also really good without the ball. He's somebody that on offense, he's so smart, and there are nuances to the game that I think he's grown in as he's been in the league. And I think part of that is just like staying around somebody like Andre Iguodala and like soaking up every second, every ounce of knowledge that he could. You see how his game grows. And I think you could see a world where if he and Vic spend a lot of time together, both on the floor in practice and then during games, that duo could be really nasty coming off the bench. And the bigger thing is, the other team would have no way to defend it. They don't have the guys coming off the bench, the talent level of guys coming off the bench throughout the league. It's just what it is. It's not going to be when you have two starter caliber players coming off the bench. So all that to say, you try not to like envision a world where Victor Oladipo is like this, I'm going to use the word savior, but like this enormous impact,
Right.
him being, because you don't want to get your hopes up, and you also don't want the team to be rocked a bit if he gets hurt again. And yet if he's coming off the bench, I don't think it's going to have that enormous of a negative impact if he does get hurt again, and you can't rely on him down the stretch. So it's almost like the best of all worlds.
And like, I guess the plan I have, I guess we'll call it Plan W. I might as well take some credit. If you start Caleb, you can't play Duncan Robinson and Tyler Hero together for extended minutes, because then you sort of going to wind up with a Swiss cheese defense. You know, I mean, even Dwayne Dedmon's more of a charge taker than a shot blocker, so there's not necessarily that deterrent either. So it really changes everything. That's the thing, Clay. If you change your starting lineup that's been successful enough to perhaps get you a number one playoff seed, and it doesn't work, oh man, I mean, you're in for it. What the hell was Spoelstra thinking? So to be the mad professor comes with risks also, that you're changing a good thing to make it work. But the thing is, if you add Markieff back and you add Victor back, you're a different team. You just are a different team. And a good coach and a good scouting staff and a good analytics team finds a way to move players in to make your team even better. So again, it's almost like we're coming full cycle on this show. We talked about how Brooklyn can be better with Simmons and Dragic, and maybe with Mayor Eric Adams in New York getting rid of the vaccine mandate. We talked about how the 76ers with James Harden could take another step forward. We spoke about Karis LeVert going to the Cavaliers and potentially making them better. So everyone's had their little things. Boston, people are raving about their additions and what they've done with Derek White being added in there, and even Daniel Tice coming back and giving them a true backup center. Well, the Heat have that also. It just didn't come under the glare of the trading deadline. It came by people who were in their back pocket the entire season, just waiting to break them out. So it's interesting. We're talking about how the games, top of the show, we spoke about the upcoming schedule, about Chicago and Milwaukee and Brooklyn and Philadelphia and make or break time. And yet the Heat are still in the Petri dish. The Heat are still in the lab. The Heat still have tinkering to do, like the Nets do, like the Sixers do, like the Celtics do, like the Cavaliers do, which makes this all the more fascinating. I mean, you look at the Panthers, and they have their line set and their goaltending, and they know who they are, and they'll win a championship or won't with what they have. The Heat's going to be interesting, because you and I are going to be talking about little subtle elements. Usually you don't talk about a leading playoff contender in March and April. They got some work ahead of themselves. It's going to be fascinating. How do you work in a Victor Oladipo? How do you work back in a guy who hasn't played since November 8th in a Markieff Morris? So This thing is still very fluid, surprisingly fluid heading into March.
Do you have any update on Markieff Morris and also Victor Oladipo, and just like broad update?
Markieff, I probably have more, is that the Heat fully expect him to be back and that he will contribute and that they're still waiting for some clearances, but all indications are in some form they will have Markieff back. He's been working at Stanley Remy's gym down here in Miami. He's been putting in the court time, working on his conditioning. And the fact with Victor that they've traveled with him, that he went to, you don't go to Sioux Falls unless you're preparing for something. So I think it's going to be interesting. Now, don't get your hopes too high or too disappointed for the next 2 days because they're coming back on a back-to-back. They're not going to practice until about 5 or 6 o'clock on Thursday in New York when they decided to meet there because guys have been traveling for practice. But then it opens a back-to-back. They're playing the Knicks on Friday. The Spurs at home on Saturday might be a little bit too soon. I think then when you get a practice day and time off, you can work guys in. The following week, they have a nice 2-day break also. I know everyone wants everything now, but I think it might be a little bit more. Let's do this in the laboratory instead of in front of the lights.
And the one thing that I think we've said as this show has gone on and I've come to the realization of too, is as much as we like focus on the schedule and we look at, man, I think you called it heck week, or when you're playing the 4 playoff teams that you're going to be playing for playoff positioning.
I called it hell week, but I don't have the Ferraro girls in the house, so I can do it. But you can call it
just
heck
in case
week.
They watch it later. But Ira, bottom line, it's like the regular season is the regular season, and like we want to assign all sorts of meaning to these games, and I do think some mean more than others, and I do think, man, you've seen some great regular season games where you could tell it meant more. I was watching that Milwaukee Phoenix game. It was last week, and it was like, man, both those teams were really into it, and ultimately Phoenix was able to pull away. But the reality is that as much as I like to scream and yell on Twitter when Jimmy Butler takes another 3-pointer in the last 30 seconds of the game, it's the regular season, and ultimately we would love to say that all of these games mean so much, and the Heat obviously want to win every single game. But the bottom line is, get healthy for the playoffs. Figure out who you are, develop chemistry, and honestly, I think 2 out of those 3 the Heat have, and the other one is one that they can't do a whole lot to impact themselves. They have to be as careful as possible and be cautious with certain injuries, but a lot of this is chance, and we've seen it over and over again. So bottom line, like, we can go through all this stuff and try to say, oh well, this game it's the regular season, and I'm really curious to see, now that you've brought all this up, what type of tweaks that they may implement as the rest of the season goes on.
We will have a fascinating final 6, 7, 8 weeks of the regular season, which most of the time you don't say that. You say they're just getting ready for the playoffs. It's crazy they're in first place and there's still so many unknowns.
Let's see. Question here. What matchups would you like to see Miami avoid in the playoffs? And you mentioned a back and forth that you had with the scout, because I think we were on the same page before that Cleveland would be a tough one. Not that you thought you would lose to Cleveland, but that you would get beat up. Any change in that thinking after speaking with that scout?
No, I still would rather play Cleveland, though, because they don't have the playoff experience. I always want to play the glad to be here team. Oh, we're in the first round. Oh, we're out of the first round. Okay, we made the playoffs. Yay. So I think Cleveland's one of those teams. They're just glad to be there. I think Toronto was planning for a rebuilding year. And the way that Nick Nurse has played his guys 48 minutes a game, I think they might be exhausted come the playoffs, as good as they've looked against the Heat. So I think that might work for the Heat also. Whatever reason, Boston's been a tough matchup for them. The Brown and Tatum combination would be a little tough. But I don't care. I know I've spoken to so many people, including inside the Heat, and they're telling me, oh, Brooklyn, they don't play any defense. They still play for themselves. I still don't want to play a Nets team that might have Kyrie Irving, Ben Simmons, Kevin Durant, Goran Dragic, and Joe Harris in the first round.
Had they echoed the same sentiment since the Harden for Simmons move?
Yeah, I still think because they'll still have enough top-level talent that they can all of a sudden coalesce maybe later than any other team. So I still think, believe me, as long as I'm not going to Brooklyn in the first round, I feel much better about the first round. If you go to Brooklyn, you just don't know because that's the it team and because they're living in the moment.
You don't want to play Milwaukee, obviously. You mentioned Boston's a tough matchup. Beyond that, I know people say Toronto's length is going to give you problems, but I think you bring up a good point, kind of the happy to be here teams. You don't want to be less talented team on the floor in the playoffs. And I think Brooklyn is the one team that like you may be able to beat matchup wise and because of what they said, but still
Right.
those guys are so talented. All right, guys, it's going to be a great final stretch run. We appreciate you hanging with us on this Wednesday, and great comments, great questions as always. We'll be right back here next week, same time, same place. The Big O Show rolls on next right here. Thanks for joining us Inside the Paint.
You've been listening to the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. With Sloman's properly securing your home, it's never been easier and more affordable. See how little it costs to secure your home at 1-800-ALARM-ME. Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley. Please search Big O Radio Show on most platforms and smash the like button. When you're ready to purchase a new home loan or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today, 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com. When protecting your family is your priority, there's nothing more important than a roof above the people you love. Call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs, led by their highly crafted, skilled, and professional roof mechanics. All of their previous customers have an opportunity to enter their bi-weekly drawings to receive free an exterior impact metal door. Please call for more details. That's Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411. Trust Tommy to fortify and protect what's most important to you, your family. The Big O Radio Show is looking for an experienced salesperson in the radio or TV business. The candidate must have at least 5 years of sales experience in the broadcast business over the last 10 years. Please email your phone number and resume to bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. That's bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Looking for an aggressive person who can help our platform expand into many avenues in our business. Reach out if you are the person that's able to make a difference. The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by HialeahParkCasino.com. Enjoy simulcast racing, dining, a magnificent poker room, and a casino with the most popular machines on the market. OKCoin.com. Download the app on iOS, Google Play, or Windows. OKCoin.com with over 50 different coins and incredible staking rewards. Pallet Rack City. There's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547.
The Big O Radio Show originates from the OK Coin Studios. Invest a little time and save big. Just set the recurring buy and pay, zero transaction fee after your first purchase. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OK Coin Studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
There we go. We got to turn on the mic, man. If not, we're not going to be able to get on. I hope you all are doing well. Good morning. It's a hump day. It's a hump day. It's a Wednesday. We just came off the Sloman's Inside the Paint show as we got a hardcore hour of basketball. And I know that stuff is going to be picking up now as the football season has ended. And so now we will focus a little more on the Heat, and hopefully we'll focus more on the Panthers also, because they are just absolutely amazing. I know they lost last night to Nashville late there. And, listen, somebody sent me Somebody sent me a text and said, I'm not watching the Panthers anymore because I haven't watched for a while. I turn on the game and they end up losing. It's like, but they're 35, 11, and 5, bro. They're 24 games over 500. You can't win all your games, man. So last night when you're watching that game and they lost, and, I'm saying, okay, it sucks, but God, the season's been so amazing. They've got to lose a couple of times here and there, man. So sure enough, there it is, man. They unfortunately came up short. And Hubie had a couple of assists. Bob had 27 saves. Reinhardt had the goal and the assist. Thursday, they'll take on Columbus at 7 o'clock. So hopefully they will be able to bounce back. The Heat will be back in action on Friday against the stinking Knicks. So that'll be fun on the road. They'll get to trash the Knicks, and we'll have some fun with that. Hope you all are doing well. Remember, you can join us on the Welt and Rayom text line at 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056. Or if you're struggling with some issues there, business, whatever you may call Welt and Rayom there, they may be able to help you out in other areas too in life. So great lawyers, great supporters of the show. Jeff Welt has been listening to me for about 20 years. Did not know that. So it's just one of those things. You know what I'm saying? So good stuff there. Appreciate it. It's interesting how this whole show is a community. And it's you guys. It's sponsors that are not just sponsors. They believe in what we're doing. They want to help build something real because they know this is real. You know what I mean? This isn't some corporate crap. No, dude, this is us, and that's it. It's Ira, it's Omar, it's Joe Shad, it's Cameron Wolf. It's everybody coming together, and Sean and I, and Al, and all kinds of people trying to put all of this. Miguel, also another person that's very important to all of this, and it's just we're all putting it all together, man. We're trying to just piece all of this together, and it's been a mission, but people understand. That's why you guys listen. That's why you guys donate. That's why you guys visit our sponsors. That's why sponsors get behind us. I mean, Sloman's is in Long Island, okay, in Hicksville, in Long Island, and they're Dolphin fans, the owners, the husband, the wife, the sons, and they all watch the show. They all listen, and they're big supporters. Nick Perdomo has been listening to me on radio for nearly 30 years. We've known each other for over 20. You know what I mean? These are the things that has built this, and why it's going to be strong, because these are good people that are tied with us. And that's why I tell you, you can trust these people. John, Edge Energy Drink. I can't say enough about Edge Energy Drink. John's been listening to me for years. Tells me about all kinds of things that I said over the years. You know what I mean? It's just, we're just one big family. When I was at Slattery's on Friday with Sean, and you can ask Sean, you know what I mean? He's kind of new to this thing with me on our show, but for me, it's, a lot of these people were listening to me for years that we were at Slattery's. And we've been going back and forth on Twitter and all that, and we haven't met each other ever, and I get to see Jeff and his son, and Jeff's been following me forever, and it's just one of those things. And I just love the way this is all coming together because we're one big happy family, man. And we all want the same thing. The sponsors want, great sports talk. The listeners want great sports talk. And I think everybody that's involved in all of this, every time we bring somebody else new on, like when I talked to Anthony Chang, he was excited about joining us. Why? Because look what we've built already, and kind of everybody sees that, okay, this is what we're doing. We're not tied to any corporate entities. It's just a bunch of media guys going at it, having some fun, agreeing, disagreeing, saying there's peace, moving on. Who cares? It's just sports. We're going to have fun. We're going to be right. We're going to be wrong a whole bunch of times. But I think that that's what you get every single day. You get more content here than you'll ever get anywhere else. And just thank you all out there for everything that you do to help the show grow. So appreciate it all. Remember Yahoo email, Big O Radio Show at yahoo.com. You can use that if you want to be a new sponsor. You can also DM us on our Twitter page at Big O Show. Follow us there. Don't forget to hit smash that like button. Hit that thing, man. We need to get that like button up, man. Let's get it to 1,000 at least every day. The like button. That should be the challenge every day. Please, let's get it over 4 digits to 1,000. Let's get this thing going to a point where it really spreads, because that's how it gets other people involved, and it shows up on their search engines. So if they're looking for Heat coverage, they can come here and they could get Ira and Clay. And in March, they will get Anthony. It'll be about the middle of March where we're adding Anthony Chang. It's all set, but it's just one of those things. We're waiting for something specific to happen. So Anthony can start. We're all ready, but we're ready business-wise. We're waiting for one specific moment. So Anthony will join us, by the way. He's going to come on the show next week anyway. But, I mean, his usual twice-a-week stuff will start in the middle of March. So we'll have a little fun with all of that. Big O got a huge Rolodex. Yes, exactly. I've got a huge contact list. Not the only thing huge. Chad says, good morning, all. I was an intern for Big O for 1 year and still know and feel I am part of the Big O family. I appreciate you, O, for your knowledge and allowing me the honor to be your intern. Yep, Chad was with us for a year, and he's been a friend after that. It's just nothing changes. You know what I mean? Because Chad knows me on and off the air, and those of you that saw me at Slattery's, and those of you that hung out with me, I am who I am, man. So it's cool. It's I just love how we've been able to grow this thing and how it's grown so damn quickly. Which again, me and Sean sit there going, "Wow, this is pretty amazing." I mean, we were over 90,000, I think 93,000 downloads yesterday. So it's like there are times where we're averaging over 85, 90, and right now we're just telling everybody 80,000 because that's like the safe number. But it's to think about that's just, I love it. Thank you all out there, and wait till you see what we're working on. We are working on some extra stuff that's coming. The next stage is coming to the show. So we're not done yet. I'm not one of those guys that's satisfied really easy. You know what I mean? So we're going to keep doing it because I feel like we have to create the kind of programming that I would like as a sports fan. So then that way it satisfies everybody, and because all sports are important. And we're going to have Michelle Kaufman on today at 12:30 to talk a little Inter Miami. Got to do that, man. Got to talk all things. And other things too. You know what I mean? You sometimes you got to share and talk about other things that are, I would say pretty interesting, like I would say Drea Michelle. Yeah. Tyrod Taylor. Yeah. Tyrod Taylor should be doing right now. He should be doing spots for Applebee's because he's eating good in the neighborhood. All right. That's all I can say. Drea Michelle had she dropped some wicked pics of her wicked body. And the world went crazy. The internet went crazy. And they interviewed her about her pics. And it's funny because you look at the comments and, there's a large percentage of them that are women who are freaking out on Drea Michelle's body, which Drea Michelle has just absolutely smoking body. And so Drea Michelle's response to all of that was, you could tell that even women have a little gay in them also. I mean, listen, ladies, I can't blame you if you're attracted to that because, I got Tyrod Taylor had his lung punctured by a doctor, which ruined his opportunity to start. But I mean, if you're living with Drea Michelle, wouldn't you puncture your lungs automatically just having sex with that woman? Damn. Ernest says Butterface. Really? She's not ugly, dude. She's not ugly at all. She's a good-looking woman, man. That's. I guess you must have way better in bed. I guess what you have in bed is superior to Drea Michelle. Then. Oh man, Rosendo says, "Good morning, Big O Nation. Wishing you a day full of joyful mornings. Happy blessed Wednesday." Rosendo, I just showed you Drea Michelle. That's as joyful as a morning as you're going to get right there. Greater Good says, "Help Big O, hit the like button." That's it. Help all of us hit the like button. That should be illegal in 48 states. Yeah. Yeah. What up, Big O? Having surgery today on my lungs. Your show is cheering me up. Gilbert, man, good luck. I hope everything goes well, my brother. Our prayers and our thoughts are with you, and let's get a full recovery, my friend. So keep us updated when you're done. All right, and keep thinking of Drea Michelle. That'll get you through any surgery. Miami Sports Fanatic says, Big O and Sean, hope you guys had some fun last week. Can't wait to collab with you guys. I'm really excited to see how our offense grows with this staff. I agree. Johnny Rotten, Big O, corporate weasel here, corporate time-stealing weasel in North Carolina. Do you do any mock drafts? No, I don't. I don't do any mock drafts. It's hard to think like 32 people. You'll get it mostly wrong. Anyways, I think it's a waste of time. I will mock what I think the Dolphins will pick in the first round, in the second round, or something like that. That I will mock for you. You know what I mean? But I'm not going to go mocking 7 rounds and play the imaginary game of what, each team is going to pick throughout each round. That's just, I have a lot better things to do, like search for Drea Michelle pictures on the internet. Let's see, what else do we have? He had his lung punctured, then went home and punctured her. That's a complete day for me, right there. That's a lot of puncturing and pleasure. Big O, it's hard to believe Flores claiming an NDA from the team and that the Dolphins heavily claim that false. Well, let's address the elephant in the room. We might as well get into a little sports talk. You guys actually tune in for that here, right? You don't get it anywhere else. So, the man, Brian Flores, I saw the Greg Gumbel interview. Not much there either, by the way. I got to be honest. So if we're going to pick on I Am Athlete, I will pick on Greg Gumbel. And, now I Am Athlete, you had an opportunity. See, the problem that I have with these Brian Flores interviews and the people interviewing him is that they didn't ask some of the right questions because you think you were fired because of race or whatever, but I could bring up 87 things of incompetence. And that's my problem with all of that. Like I told Omar yesterday, like, no, dude, there were things you could have brought up while you were fired. Brian, could it be possibly you're fired because you're also the reason why you didn't get to the playoffs? Did you really think Brissett was better than Tua? Because it looked like you were sticking with Brissett. And I'd love to see him weasel out of that. It's like, why did you have Jalen Phillips in coverage when he wasn't ready to do that? There were things that I could have brought up and cornered him and make him hem and haw, but nobody ever did that. And that's the problem. And on the Belichick thing, nobody challenges him and says, who's to say, do you know that did you notice that in that interview with Gumbel, he mentioned that he hasn't reached out to anybody in the Patriots and he hasn't spoken to Belichick? Oh, well, maybe I'll run into him. Yeah, that's like saying, yeah, I won't dare call the guy because he's just going to mother F me and tell me to go to hell for throwing him under the bus. And nobody follows up with Brian Flores and says, hey, Brian, maybe Bill had no insight. Maybe Bill was just going by the reports. They hired the Buffalo GM, which then means you're going to get the Buffalo coach. It's just like what Denver's doing. They hired a coach that they think is going to lure Aaron Rodgers. What do you say to that, Brian? I get his ass hemming and hawing. Oh, my God. Wrong people interviewing Brian Flores. That's the problem. No teeth behind those interviews. Nothing. A bunch of bark and no bark. I just went through a couple of weeks with somebody talking about some business, and they just flamed out on me now. And, bro, I am so pissed. Why? Because you waste my time. So, same thing here. Waste my time. You're wasting my time watching Brian Gumble. You waste my time watching I Am Athlete. Some guy this morning sent me some clip. Right away, I saw it was Skip Bayless and Sharp, and I was like, "Oh, dude, don't send me. I have no interest. I just wasted my time watching the Gumble interview and wasted an hour of my life watching the I Am Athlete interview, and now some guy wanted me to waste more time listening to Skip Bayless. Anything that Skip Bayless has to say, or if I don't care if Sharp is in it and Bayless is talking. I want nothing to do with that show. I got better things to do. Please don't send me Coward or Bayless crap. Okay? Those are clown shows. All that is, those are professional trolls. That's all they do. They don't do real sports talk. They do real trolling the entire time. That's all they're doing, those two guys. So, so this whole thing, he's not getting a call from the New England Patriots. He's not calling, whatever, all that good stuff. I just found it hilarious. So now we've got the whole thing going on that Brian Flores comes out and says that Stephen Ross was forcing him to sign the NDA. So apparently Flores in the latest national interview released on the Tuesday afternoon, fired back at a statement strongly denying Flores' assertion that Stephen Ross asked him to sign a non-disparaging agreement after he was fired on January 10th. So here's a statement from the Miami Dolphins. This latest assertion by Brian Flores that Stephen Ross mentioned an NDA to him is categorically false. The statement from the team began, this did not happen, and we simply cannot understand why Brian continues this pattern of making unfounded statements that he knows are untrue. We are fully cooperating with the NFL investigation and look forward to all the facts coming out, which we are confident will prove that his claims are false and defamatory. So, do you know what that means? The Dolphins must have all their ducks in a row. They must know he has no tangible evidence. You don't say that right there if you're not convinced that he has nothing. So if he has, well, this guy heard it or that guy heard it, well, those people are going to testify they did not say that. Obviously, because they already spoke to them. That's it. So if it's Chris Greer, if it's Tom Garfinkel, if it's Bean, if it's the janitor, if it's the waitress, if it's whoever that was around there at that moment listening, they're all going to side with the owner because the owner is going to pay them. And this is going to be Barry Bonds and Greg Anderson all over again. And Brian, if it's he said, he's toast, dude. He's toast. Those people are all going to side with the Dolphins and the owner. It's over. They're not going to defend Brian Flores. Do you know why? Because they all wanted Brian Flores fired anyway. They want to get rid of him. He was in the way of everything. So if the Dolphins made this claim, they must feel 100% rock solid that he has nothing tangible. Now, the lawyers said that they have and that they're willing to share it with the NFL in their investigation. Now, remember, that's aside from the case, the court case, because that's where you're going to be deposed and that's where you're going to be under oath. So if you share it with the NFL early on, they're going to have your evidence before the case actually starts. So that's the interesting part about all of this. And I'm not a lawyer. I didn't sleep at a Holiday Inn last night. I don't know how this plays out. I don't know what evidence they have, but they're not. I'm pretty sure, 100% sure, pretty much. Let's go 99.9 because anything can happen. I don't think he wins the race case at all. Like, he has no shot, I think, at winning that. I think he's toast pretty much with that. And not that there isn't a problem. There's a major problem in the NFL. I just think in his case, which is what matters, you're not going to be able to prove it. And Gumbel asked him, well, where are the other people? Anybody signed up? He says, well, invite us back in a couple of weeks. So we'll see if they actually have people in this case. But if you don't have any tangible proof on the pay to lose, I don't know how this works out for them at all. This will be a terrible look for Brian Flores. If he doesn't have tangible proof on pay to lose, he's going to lose both cases, and he's going to lose them badly. And then he won't get paid from the Dolphins. He won't get anything from the NFL, and he won't end up making a change. And here's the one thing that I will tell you about this. Those old-ass white owners, they're going to fight you forcing them to do anything. They might do things eventually, but they'll do it at their pace. Remember, this is the league that when they killed John F. Kennedy, they said, we're playing ball. The AFL did not. All right? This is the league that when there's a pandemic going on and everybody's shutting it down, they're saying, we're playing on. We're playing through. This is the league that told the NBA, well, wait a minute. Hold on a second. Christmas Day? No. We want presents under the tree too. This league doesn't believe in anybody or anything. They are absolutely Teflon. This is the league that can hide brain concussions and damage for decades, knowing that it was doing damage, and their players are getting served up. Oh, sorry, my bad. Here's a couple of bucks to make it go away. This is the league that was going to suspend Ray Rice for 2 games. You go ahead and figure out if they knew that video existed or not even before that. And then the video comes out, and then they were forced at that point. Okay? This is the league that suspends Leonard Little for killing a woman, DUI, 8 games, and then he comes back to play. Arrested for DUI again 2 years later after killing a woman. Okay? So this is the league that tells Jordan Reed concussion after concussion after concussion after concussion after concussion. Sure, we'll give you a job. Remember what league you're talking about. Okay? So when we talk about these things, let's talk about the reality that goes on with this league. They're a boulder. They're a hurricane. They're a Yellowstone-like earthquake. They're a Peterbilt truck going at 150 miles an hour. They are relentless, and they will not stop, and they don't care. Okay? That's who we're talking about. And in this case, they'll go about changes, but man, you better have real proof if you want to do something, because you're not going to force them to do anything. Like I said, without tangible evidence, they will not bring them to their knees. That's guaranteed. That you can bank on that. The Welton Rayom text line is 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056. And don't forget to call my friends at Welton Rayom. Personal injury, you had a car accident, slip and fall, criminal defense, condo damage, business owner claims, commercial litigation, homeowner property damage, you name it. Call Welton Rayom, 954-966-4646. That's 954-966-4646 for Welt and Rayom. Brent says, Big O ain't wrong. Sad because the sport is so good, but the man S they get in the way with is ridiculous. What can I tell you? You better have ironclad tangible evidence. I agree, JP. I definitely agree. Let me make sure. Okay. Just want to make sure I go up and down the chat board because then I miss a super chat and then I don't know if it went on. What else do we have here? When you have a weak case, you try to win the court of public opinion. Yeah, but the sad part is that that's not going to help them in a case. It's not going to help them in a court of law. And that's the real problem for them, that it won't help them in a court of law. Carlos says that if he had evidence, it would have been out by now. He does not have anything. You know, Carlos, you're right to a certain extent. They're not going to reveal their evidence because you don't do that now, because you don't want the other side to have what you have right now. You're going to have to disclose it eventually, but you don't want to do it now because maybe it's something that could put them in a real tough bind, and you want to wait till the moment that you have to do it. So it gives them less time to defend themselves. Or what you have is not strong enough, so you're kind of holding off. So I don't know what game they're playing. You know what I mean? I'm with you. My gut tells me that I don't think it's tangible. But you just never know. They could be holding off because really you don't want to reveal any. Now, you got to think about this. If you had tangible evidence, you could say, we have a document that will prove it. You leave it like that. Could be an email, could be a paper, could be something, right? But if you don't, now the Dolphins could come out and say, that's impossible. There is no document ever tied to this. So then that shuts it down right there, right? Because then that makes you look like a horse's ass. Now you literally got to come out with the document. So you're going to have to phrase it in a way, if you had something, and say, well, we've got evidence that's going to expose the Miami Dolphins. And when everybody hears from this witness or sees this damning evidence, something, but they never kind of have some kind of a vague description of their evidence. At least they don't even give anything like that. They don't give you any kind of inkling on what it could be. They just say, no, we have evidence. So we're all in the dark right here, right now. We just don't know. Guts, all right, we got a bunch of people on the chat board right now. Okay? What does your gut tell you right now? Does Brian Flores have tangible evidence or not? Yes or no on the chat board. And don't forget to smash the like button too. Yes or no on the chat board. Does Brian Flores have tangible evidence in your eyes? What does your gut tell you after you've watched these interviews? Let me see how the people feel out there. Steven says, please tell me that Chris Strevler was not signed to be the number 2 QB practice squad. No problem. Yeah, it's an arm, dude. You're gonna let go of Brissett. You'll bring somebody else in. He's probably a practice squad guy or something along those lines. Almost everybody's saying no. Well, and by the way, Peaster 83, there is no larger settlement. He wants change. That's what he's clearly talked about. It's not about money, it's about change. So we'll see. Everybody is saying no. Wow. Okay, Mike said yes. There's very few people that actually think he has, almost no one actually thinks he has any evidence. Greater Good goes, he perceives himself as Rosa Parks of black coaches. What an insult to Rosa Parks' family. My gut tells me get some McDonald's breakfast. Hey, don't have the egg white and veggies at Duncan. Oh my God, that thing is terrible. Oh, wow. You know when you eat something and it tastes like it was manufactured? You know what I'm saying? It's like I tried that and I go, "Oh, this was made in a lab. This is not real." Like, "Oh, wow. I paid $4 for this? No, can't do this. No." Yeah, it was bad. It was bad. So, just to give you the heads up, I got nothing against Dunkin'. Like their donuts. Other places make better donuts too, but okay, I can have an old-fashioned stick. I can have a glazed donut, maybe a croissant or something. But that egg white and veggies, oh my God. No, I'm trying to get a little healthier here, as you could tell. But that God, that was if I have to eat this, I don't know, I may choose starving instead. David Triana says, and thank you for the love in the super chat. The suit seems very reactionary to me. If he's hired by New York, this suit isn't filed. Like you said, the Dolphins don't say that if Flores has something. Yeah, the Dolphins must have all their ducks in a line. They must know they have no paper or text or something out there that could incriminate them. They must be really confident because that was a confident statement. That was an incredibly confident statement. By the way, besides the super chat, you can make a donation through Cash App or Venmo at Cash Big O Show. That's Cash Big O Show. By the way, Bitcoin, man, it bounced back, huh? Up 3%. It's up to 38,700. It was over 39,000. So it went a little down, but the whole market is up, which is just weird. With everything going on, you thought it was going to be more of a dip, and I was kind of hoping that it would dip a little bit more of the Bitcoin so I can, maybe get a little more Bitcoin, but it's not the case. That's not the case. But hey, we'll take it either way. It's good if it goes up, and if it goes down, it's not so bad. Take advantage. I ended up getting a little more polka dot at the $16 mark, man. Are you kidding me? Barney goes, easy on the donuts. Oh, five cents is enough. We want you around. No, I know, but I'm saying I like their donuts. I didn't go for a donut. I went into Dunkin' for egg white veggies. I didn't go for a donut. What I'm saying is I still have love for Dunkin' Donuts. You know what I mean? I didn't eat the donut, but I'm just saying I would eat a donut. I could eat a couple things there that they do have that I like. The egg white and veggies were just terrible. That's all I'm saying. I'm just giving you a scouting report, okay? Because I know the commercials are out and all that stuff. So I tried it, and Man Dog says best breakfast is from Abuela. Grandma can make some breakfast, no doubt. She can also clog up your arteries too. So there you go. What about Dandy Donuts? Still going? Yeah, man, I like Dandy Donuts, of course. I don't go to. You want to laugh? I'm meeting with Lenny the locksmith at Dandy Donuts in Pompano. How about that? Tomorrow, Lenny, is it 3:00 we're meeting? So I'm meeting with Lenny the locksmith. Lenny the locksmith, by the way, has 10 locations in South Florida. Remember what I just talked about when I started the show? how this is a community-related thing. And we're talking about worldwide community, by the way. But what I mean is it's our South Florida sports community is involved in all of this, right? Lenny the Locksmith, always listening, sends in super chats all the damn time. He's going to become a sponsor. See what I'm saying? That's how we grow, man. That's what's going to allow us to go and cover all these events from now on and do the things that no radio station does. And no sports station does. Let me rephrase that, because it's not just the garbage crap that we have here locally, because obviously this company doesn't care about local products, but it's national. No local station nationally is covering a whole bunch of events. We're going to do that. And that's because people like Welton Rayom, people like Nick Perdomo, families like Sloman's, people like Lenny the Locksmith, Sports Grill, Acura Pembroke Pines. Craig Zinn has been a monster sponsor of ours, 12th year now. We can't grow without, the Brunetti family and Frank Fiore at Hialeah Park. This is what it's all about. So, Dandy Donuts tomorrow. I believe it's 3:00. Will be at Dandy Donuts. Okay, so if you're in the area of Pompano at 3:00, I'll be at Dandy Donuts. How about that? The Greater Good says, I miss Velvet Cream on Southwest 8th Street. Yeah, baby. I'm so old. We used to have day-olds at Velvet Cream. They were like 3 cents. Like the donut normally was like 8 or 10 cents or something, a glazed donut back in the day. I'm talking, this is early 70s, okay? And so Arbondale Elementary was right there. That's where we would go to school. And so after school, we'd go over to Velvet Cream, 2 blocks away, and we go get a soft drink and a donut. And the donut was like, I swear it was like 8 or 10 cents, something like that. But if you want to buy, they sold the day-old donuts. And if you wanted a day-old, it was like a couple of cents. And you were like, yeah, we would go, and obviously we'd buy the day-olds. Who gives a crap, dude? I'll take a day-old donut. And then by the next day, on the second day, obviously they'd be thrown out. So we would go to the trash cans in the back, the big bins in the back, and we'd go grab the boxes of donuts. And then we'd go walk back over to Arbondale. And you had to stay inside the basketball courts. And it was 3 full courts. And we would play donut fights. So everybody got a couple boxes of donuts. That was your ammunition, and you were throwing it at each other. So we played donut fights. So you showed up at your house, and you were full of glaze, sugar all over the place, and your mom's going, what the hell is this? But by the time you did it like 3 or 4 times, she kind of realized that, oh, okay, you did the donut fight thing again. There you go. Hey, the second day, while you didn't get seriously injured, you were, if you threw it hard enough and if it rolled the right way and you hit them and that sugar had stiffened up a little bit on that second day, you kind of felt it, bro. Now, it wasn't like, getting hit by a baseball or something, but you felt it. Like if they got you in the neck or something, you're like, oh, son of a, and you're like, so it was fun. It was one of those things. I love when you guys bring stuff up, because then a memory will come out of something crazy that I did when I was young. And so I'm able to mention it. And it's true. We did that. It was fun. A lot of fun. Velvet Cream on Southwest 8th Street was always open. Good coffee, frosted chocolate cake donuts was my favorite. Anyone remember that? Of course. I remember because I lived there. I lived on 35th and 4th. So I lived there all my life. Well, I mean, all my childhood up to my teenage years. So yeah, love that area, especially obviously that Velvet Cream was pretty amazing, man. We had Velvet Cream there. We had the one by the University of Miami. We had a Velvet Cream. Where What were the other Velvet Creams? Wasn't there one way down south? I think there was one down US 1. I forgot exactly where, but I know that there was one down south. Somebody maybe can help me out with that. Try to remember. There were a few Velvet Creams around. It wasn't only the Southwest 8th Street one. There were a couple. Voodoo Donuts is good. In Portland, well, isn't there one, isn't a Voodoo Donuts? Isn't that it's right off of an I-95 and, oh God, trying to remember exactly what exit it is off of I-95. It has a drive-through and everything. Fat people know where all these things are. You know, we've had this conversation. We use them as landmarks. But I've only been to Voodoo Donuts one time. And I did the drive-through and everything because somebody told me about them and I wanted to try it, and I was close by, stopped, boom. It was actually pretty good. Voodoo Donuts is good. I do like them. So Orlando, Portland, so I guess they are nationwide. All right. There you go. Big O, remember, you sent me to Dandy Donuts and that's right, Chad. I sent you to Dandy Donuts and Mojo Donuts so we can do a live on-air competition. You had me driving all over Pines. That's right. And we have a Mojo not only in Pines, but we have one on Bird Road close to my house on 88th or something like that. Or maybe 85th. I don't know. Something like that. But yeah, right there on Bird Road. They do a good job. They have chicken and waffles. Mojo Donuts has chicken and waffles. They do a decent job with them, man. If you're in the mood for chicken and waffles, Mojo Donuts serves that. Just to give you a little heads up, it's not just donuts. And Jesse Galben says, "We love you, Big O." Well, we love you, man. Thank you. Thank you very much. Big O, can you shout out Mark Langan? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. On the music side, Mark Langan passed away at the age of 57, unfortunately. Young, man. Lead singer of the Screaming Trees and a couple of other bands, too. Mad Season. He was, I'm trying to remember. He was in a couple of other bands, but he passed away at the age of 57. Also, we lost Gary Brooker yesterday. Procol Harum. Whiter Shade of Pale, passed away at the age of 76. He was able to enjoy a much more complete life at 76. I think once you get to the 70s, you're doing pretty good. You know, the 50s, you left us a little too early. 60s, you still got some time. Once you get to the 70s and the 80s, you're already, you're really pushing it. You're doing good, man. You're doing it. 76 is pretty good overall. But Gary Brooker, one of the all-time great songs. Procol Harum never really had another hit like this, but it's just one of those legendary songs that you never forget. What was that Nick Nolte movie? Was it like New York or something? And he was a painter, and I swear they must have played that song like 60 times in that movie. But it's such a great song, man. That organ, just awesome. So rest in peace, Mark Langan. And Gary Brooker, we lost two of the greats in music. So there you go. Let's see what else. Brett says Booker was an underrated singer. Loves Salty Dogs. Yeah, no, it's both guys made their marks, man. To be honest, Mark abused himself terrible. He took about 75 drugs that are bad. R.I.P. Man, to get to 76 and you beat your body up, it's that machine we walk in, we don't treat it the best way sometimes. So it's, although there are people that beat the hell out of their bodies and they last till like they're 90. And then there's this dude that like takes care of himself, does everything, and he croaks at 42. And you're like, what the hell is this, dude? These are things that sometimes I can't explain, right? Most of us, we smoke cigarettes, we'll probably die right away. We'll have emphysema and lung cancer by the time we're in our 50s. And then there's some people that can smoke cigarettes till they're like 95. And you're like, what the hell is this? And it's all DNA, baby. It's all DNA. None of us, that's why this stinking virus is so difficult for medicine to figure it out. Because you can be a doctor all your life and you're still studying all your life because medicine is always evolving because none of them will know everything. They're going to know a hell of a lot more than us. That's for damn sure. But look at it, the virus. There's no way for us to really determine because there is something. There's something in all of our DNAs because it affects some of us more than others. Some of us will walk around, get no effects. Some of us will get a heavy cold and then we're over it. Some of us will end up hospitalized and some of us will end up dead. We have no freaking idea, dude. They have no freaking idea. It's just one of those deals. Can't answer it, man. Can't explain it. Can't explain the dude that's drinking whiskey, smoking. I mean, explain Keith Richards. Please explain Keith Richards. My Lord, explain Keith Richards. How is that man still alive? Not that I'm wishing he's dead, but think about it. How is Ozzy Osbourne still alive? Would you be alive if you did half of what Ozzy Osbourne or Keith Richards did? No. DNA. Whatever DNA they have, I'll tell you this, I'm not going to test it out. I know my DNA isn't better than Keith Richards. Whatever Keith Richards is made of, science should go into that body because that sumbitch would kill viruses, cancers, and everything else there is. Right? We can have World War III and it's cockroaches and Keith Richards. Everyone else is dead. It's the weirdest thing, dude. It's odd. George Burns smoked 15 cigars a day, lived to 100. Winston Churchill. I don't know what age he died because he was old, but that's why they call him Churchills. The weirdest thing, dude. DNAs are what that's just something we can't figure out. You know, you got a friend that, you know, they're skinny forever. They can eat anything. The rest of us, food sticks to us like luggage. And you're like, damn, dude, you got that metabolism, you know? It's just, there are things you just cannot explain. Oh, man. Ozzy has Parkinson's now. Yeah, no, I know. But and he had a bad fall and all that stuff. But you think about all the stuff that Ozzy's done. Should he really be even alive right now? Think about that. Again, I'm not wishing death on anybody. I'm just saying, dude, that's impressive. Like Keith Richards, like, you're alive. You're walking and talking still. How? How is that? I don't get it. It's just, man, weird. Chuck E. Cheesein says DNA plus they get some of the most cutting edge medications and treatments like stem cell. Now, I don't know what it is, my brother. I'm not smart enough, but that's why with the virus, I just don't mess around. I get my shots, I get the booster because I don't know. I don't know, and I don't want to take chances. You know, that's it. Move on. My aunt lives hard. She's 70. Her son never touched a drop of alcohol or drugs, ate clean, participated in Ironmans, went to sleep one night, never woke up. He was 36. Isn't that a bitch? Isn't that a bitch? That's what I'm talking about. You know? So it's amazing. Really is. But rest in peace to Gary Brooker and Mark Lanigan. What else do we have here that we wanted to talk about here on the program? We talked a little bit about the Dolphins and Brian Flores and the interviews with Greg Gumbel. Dolphins, by the way, signed quarterback Chris Streveler. That's how it's pronounced, I think. 27 years old, played a couple of years in the CFL, Winnipeg Blue Bombers, threw as many touchdowns as interceptions. Played at Minnesota and South Dakota. I think this is a guy that's an arm for camp. And you know, it's funny that that I got a lot of reaction on Reed Sinnett. Yeah, when they signed him, it's like, man, I wish we would have kept Reed Sinnett, because I think we all kind of liked Reed Sinnett the way we saw him. You know what I mean? It was like, hey, man, that's a pretty interesting cat, and so Philly ended up picking him up. Obviously, I think it was Philly, and they have him. So now they've got and he. I don't believe he's here to be the backup quarterback. I think he's just an extra arm in camp. He'll be the number 3 or 4 guy arm in camp. I expect them to go after some kind of a mid-level veteran to back up Tua and help him out, and kind of be of a coach at the same time. And then possibly they could invest in a young guy late in the draft or undrafted that will then compete with Chris to be on the practice squad or something like that. That way you have 4 arms in camp. 2 of them are kind of developmental arms, the veteran, and then obviously Tua. That would be my guesstimation of what I think how they're going to handle this offseason. Okay? So just so you don't get all crazy and think that Streveler is here to be the number 2 guy. I doubt that very much. I think they're going to be pretty smart to try and get some kind of a veteran to help out. I really believe that. Now, I ran into an interesting story. You know what? I think I'm going to hold the story for the top of the hour to start off hour number 2, because it's something that is affecting the NFL. You've got to fix it. Brian Flores is involved in it. He doesn't really have the answers for it. I'm going to discuss a little bit about what it could be, but the problems that there are hurdles that we have to understand, and it's a really screwed up situation, and we'll explain that too. To start off hour number 2, Panthers lost last night 6-4. They're going to take on Columbus on Thursday. The Heat is off till Friday. They will visit the stinking Knicks. 7:30 tip for that one. We will have Joe Shad in hour number 2 at 11:30 with our American Dream Lending Miami Dolphins report. At 12:30, Michelle Kaufman from the Miami Herald is going to stop by. We're going to talk a little Inter-Miami football, so we'll have a little fun with that. I've got some info on I guess they're talking about the craziness going on in Tampa, and there's people pointing fingers. So we got to get into that. What else do we have? Good news for women's soccer players, by the way. Women's national player. The only I have a caveat to that story that people haven't brought up yet, and it's a twist that should be brought up, because it would be brought up if the shoe was on the other foot, and I will explain all of that too. I thought Barry Jackson had a really interesting article about the Miami Heat. I want to elaborate on that. So I got a bunch of things that I want to talk about going into hour number 2. I also want to tell you that Sloman's Home Security, baby, 1-800-ALARM-ME. We've got the link below. Our link is below. And the first 40 Big O listeners right now, you're going to get a free doorbell camera. Appreciate all of you around the country that are calling. And they're not in every state, so you got to call and find out if they're in your state. They're headed there. I can't tell you, but we've been given a little bit of the insight. Sloman's is expanding into several other states. Can't say what, because that's not my place. Okay, the Sloman's family will make that announcement, and the states, when they're ready to go in and dominate, because that's what they do. So if they are in your state, when you call 1-800-ALARM-ME, you can get a free doorbell camera right now, and it connects directly to your smartphone. And listen, that's not the only thing you're going to get, right? You're going to get a customized home security system, professional installation when you use their low-cost central station monitoring. Plus, you're getting an LED touchscreen pad, a motion detector, 3 arm doors, and a backup battery. All you got to do is call 1-800-ALARM-ME. Protect your family, protect your business, protect your pets. It's a big thing for me. You can have cameras inside or outside. If you don't want to have them inside, That's not a problem, but you want the option, you can. That's what I love about on my phone. I can keep up with everything going on in the house, outside of the house, who's at the door. And of course, I can take a look at my doggies inside the house to make sure that everything is under control and that my two big dogs are not tearing up the house. Okay. Because, that does happen. We've gone through a couple of couches, but we love our dogs. Anyway, that is it, man. 1-800-ALARM-ME. Tell them that Big O sent you, man. Big O Radio Show. Make sure you mention it to them wherever, any of our sponsors, but especially Sloman's. Protect your family with the Sloman Shield. 1-800-ALARM-ME. Hour number 2 is next. For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. For over 25 years, South Floridians have counted on Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises for their roofing needs. In South Florida, we battle the sweltering heat, rain, winds, and all kinds of tropical storms. That's why when it comes to protecting your family, home, or business, call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com. 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs. All work fully guaranteed with the customer's complete satisfaction. A+ rated member of the Better Business Bureau. Licensed and insured. There's no buts about it. When your roof needs repair or replacement, go to TommyBButtsJrEnterprises.com. A certified whitening contractor. The viewpoints, tenets, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by Caneswear. Go to Caneswear.com, where all orders over $99 get free shipping. Sloman's Total Home Security. Protect your home with the best in the business. 1-800-ALARM-ME for the company serving America for nearly 100 years. 1-800-ALARM-ME. Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com. Licensed roofing contractor. 100% financing is available. Go to Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com.
The Big O Radio Show originates from the OK Coin Studios. Invest a little time and save big. Just set the recurring buy and pay, zero transaction fee after your first purchase. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OK Coin Studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Let's crank it up, baby. Hour number 2. We're ready to rock. We're ready to roll. Hope you all are doing well. Hope you're living on the edge right there, baby. A little Edge energy drink. We got the link below. Only place you can get it is right there with that link below. Okay? All right? So make sure you check out the best energy drink. All right? Smooth, zero aftertaste. It is absolutely delicious. Can I grab that can? Oh, so let me see. Put that back up. Put that back up. Let me try to. There we go. There we go. Something like that. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. And there. There. No. There you go. Grab the can of Edge. Right there. Hit that link below. Load up on the Edge. It's a beautiful thing. Edge energy drink. myedgedrink.com is the website. myedgedrink.com. Drink it. Drink what Sean and I drink all the time. Went for a walk yesterday with the wife. Had plenty of energy. Thank you. Little Edge. Always helps. JP says, always like everyone's big brother. Reason is the little brother, and Dougley is the middle brother and keeps the balance. There you go. Big O worries me when he gets excited. Hey, you should be more worried when I get pissed. Like right now, I'm having a text exchange with somebody that's making effing excuses for wasting my goddamn time for a month and a half. I'm really, really pissed at something that happened on the business side. So freaking pissed. You know what I've realized in life? That when I want to get something done, most of the time I have to rely on myself. That when I rely on people that I don't know, that I've never dealt with, you're probably going to get screwed. You know? Like I can rely on Sean all the time. Never have to worry about that. But sometimes when you deal with some other people, man, and just a bunch of talk and a bunch of crap, and so you know what my problem is sometimes? That I probably give people too many chances. You know what I mean? Or no, not too many, because I don't give too many. I give the wrong people an extra chance. That's what it is. Okay? Because I've done that in radio too. Give the wrong people a chance and they end up stealing from you. Dougie Fresh, thank you, sir, for a little love on the super chat. Says, ponder McDaniel keeping Pepe Le Pew, coach of the worst offensive unit. Now compare that to Flo, who ignored his own coaches and players who were successful. No. But remember, he's not coaching the offensive line. He's the fourth guy in line. He's just like a level above a quality control coach. So he's kind of the grunt work guy. He is going to learn how to coach this system. So there are 3 people ahead of him that are truly coaching the line. He's there to learn from them how to coach at this level and coach this scheme. So really, it's kind of an introductory level that he's at. It's not really anything of authority or where you're going to make a difference. Like, you know what I mean? So it's not, Dougie, it's nothing to worry about. You have to look at it this way. Mike McDaniel used the coach that Brian Flores used as his lead guy to be his kind of interim guy, like an intern guy. I'm sorry, not interim. Intern guy at number 4. That's the way you got to kind of look at it. So, and Flo would get rid of the good coaches. That's the sad part. Jose says Flores is making an ass clown of himself and all that. There is no talk of how bad of a coach he is. McDaniel has done in 1 week what he didn't do in 3 years. Although, on the offensive side, McDaniel's staff is superior to anything that Flores has built. There's no doubt. I agree with that. Too Extreme says, Big O, Carson Wentz is going to be released. He can be a solid backup for us. Yeah, actually, a solid backup. Yeah, I wouldn't trust him as a starter because I think he lost it already. He doesn't have that edge that he's had in the past. But yeah, that might be a guy you could use as a solid backup. That's not bad. You know, although somebody may remember there's 32 and there aren't 32 starters. So that, like the Steelers may have to settle for something like that if they can't acquire a bigger name. Something, you know, that's why I tell you. So would he rather come here to be the backup, or if he has a chance to be the starter for the Steelers, does he go there? You see what I'm saying? So that could be the deal. All right. I wanted to bring something up because one of the issues going on with the NFL, and it's been going on forever, we all know this, minorities in getting positions of authority. And I was talking about this with a friend of mine, and he was telling me, you know, you can't force people to hire what you want, or because it fills a niche. You have to hire who you think is most qualified. And if you force people, he was saying, if you force people to hire someone because of their ethnicity or sexuality or nationality or whatever it is, and they're not good enough, you're hurting the game and you're hurting the process. Because if you're forcing a minority in a spot that they should not be in, then you're not making any progress. And he's right. Now, how are we going to make progress? I don't think anything that's going to go on in this case for Brian Flores is going to make any progress whatsoever. You're not forcing these old-ass billionaires to do what you want. They're going to do whatever the hell they want every single time, dude. They don't care. That I can tell you for sure. I've lived it. I've watched it. So have you, if you really realize what you're seeing. So how do you fix the problem? Do you know how you fix the problem? You got to get minority ownership. And so minority ownership is incredibly important. So I'm going to run something by you so you can see how difficult this thing is for minorities to overcome. Okay? Shad Khan is worth $8.2 billion. And he owns a football team. Now, you buy a team for 2, 3, I don't know, what's the Cowboys, maybe 4 billion, I don't know, some crazy, maybe 5, I don't know. But you've got to then have a lot of money liquid to pay bonuses, to improve stadiums, all that kind of stuff. You've got to maintain, you've got to be able to have a lot of money. So Forbes came out with the list of the 15 richest black billionaires. Shad Khan's at 8.2. Okay. Do you know how much Michael Jordan is worth? $1.9 billion. Michael Jordan doesn't have enough money to buy a football team. Oprah, worth $2.5 billion. She doesn't have enough to buy a football team. She's worth enough to transfer her money over maybe to a lower football team, right? 2.5 billion might be what, the Bengals or something. Robert F. Smith, former Goldman Sachs executive. He now has an equity firm called Vista Equity Partners. He's worth $5 billion. Now we're getting into that area where a guy can be an owner with a partner. A $5 billion owner probably can be an owner with a partner. Okay. Mike Adenuga. All right. These are more Indians, not traditionally black Americans that we're thinking of, right? Mike Adenuga, $9.1 billion, just a little bit more than Shad Khan. Oil, mobile telecoms. Aliko Dangote. I don't know any of these gentlemen. You know what I mean? I just read about them now. He's in a cement, commodities, tycoon, sugar, flour, all that. 10.9 billion. He's the richest black man in the world. So my point is, for a league that is 70% black and a league that is nearly 95% white, right? Because there's a couple of women and Shad Khan, right? So and the Packers. So that there's no owner for the Packers. It's what's that called? A stock thing. What's it called? Everybody owns it. It's whatever. You guys know what I'm talking about. So there's only a couple of teams that aren't owned by an old white guy. So think about this. For us to make a change, we have to get minority ownerships into the NFL. So whether it's the Denver Broncos that are going up for sale, going to a minority, if there is any tangible evidence that could force Stephen Ross out, do you sell the Dolphins to a minority? But my point is, there isn't a list of 10 minorities that can buy teams. So you can start to bring some balance into it. If only one or two are eligible enough, you know what I mean, to be owners, that's not going to make much of a change. And the one thing I got out of that interview with Brian Gumbel was the line from Johnny Cochran, which was, damn, dude. God, Johnny Cochran was good. Holy shit, he was good. He goes, well, they used up my grandfather's time. They used up my time, and they're using up the current time now. Well, it's about time that they, which is, he's 1,000% right. It'll take time. How much? But if we look at it on the money side, which, ladies and gentlemen, and that's all we do here on the show, we just tell you the bottom line, the brutal honesty to it. The only way you're going to make change is if you get minority ownership. So it's not going to be resolved just with blacks. You're going to need rich women. You're going to need other rich minority families. Because, you have families that own teams, right? The Rooneys, the Bolins, all that. We had the Shulas here for a while, that kind of stuff. You have families that pass it on to each other, right? So you can do that too. But you're going to have to get some kind of a different group of individuals. We cannot only depend on the black community because we don't have enough black billionaires to take over. Plus, I don't even know, out of the top 15, maybe none of them are interested in running a football team. Like the top guys that I talked about, they're out in India or whatever, and they probably have no interest in American football. You know what I mean? So maybe they don't even want to do it. They're doing just fine. So that's the other thing. You got to want to take on this challenge, because you're going to have to be competitive, and you will be held accountable if you're not competitive. And so do you want that? You're already a billionaire. Do you need these problems? Like, Stephen Ross really doesn't need this money. So he's going along with the aggravation that goes with it, because that's all Stephen Ross has only spent money, made money, and gotten aggravation. He has not won. So he's been criticized, has lost, and everything else. Yeah, he wins on the business side, because you always win on the business side. But they're so rich. That's not why they got in. That's the icing on the cake. I won a championship, and I'm making billions. That's the way they look at it, because they already had billions. To them, this is nothing. It's not like you and me, that you and me get a couple $1 million and we're going to be like, happy-go-lucky for the rest of our lives. For these people, it's like millions is nothing. Billions is normal. So how are we going to make change? It's going to be really hard. It's going to be near impossible. Because when you look at it, there just aren't enough minorities to buy or maybe even willing to buy The few you do have, they may not want the grief, because at their level, it's grief. The guy that's at $5 billion, Robert F. Smith, what does he need this for? His life is probably great. Dude's a genius. So obviously, at Goldman Sachs, now he has his own equity firm. I mean, give me a break. Obviously, the dude's, thinking at other levels. So think about that problem. How do you solve it? We talk about minority ownership. We throw it out there. Not enough minorities to take over. That's a real problem. The Welton Rayom text line, 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056. Kanye wants to buy a team. That was according to Antonio Brown, which, if you believe anything Antonio Brown, I mean, the idiot just got caught in a lie, sending out an MRI from October. I mean, it's just, this is why I've never taken him serious. And these people bring him on television, and what have I talked about? Like, why would you take this guy serious? Why would you listen to this guy? Why would you bring him on? Why? Because he's a train wreck. That's it. But anybody that looks at that guy and thinks he's credible in any way, shape, or form, come on, dude. Please. Let's see what we have here on the text line. Look, no one interviewing Flores cares about the truth. It's just a show, because if they really cared, they'd do some research as to the hiring practices of the Dolphins. If they did, they'd immediately stop him in the moment, and he'd start talking about Miami being a racist organization. Maybe move on to the other accusations, but on minority hiring practices, Miami, the team gave Flores his break. Shouldn't be a focus on that part. Plus, it was 3 GMs. Well, 1 GM and 2 personnel directors that made that decision. They're all black. And they drafted a minority quarterback. And then they hired another minority who's biracial. So, and go look at the Dolphin organization all over, dude. It is as inclusive as it gets. Men, women, Latins, Americans, Asians, they're all over the place. The Dolphins hire all kinds of people, please. That's just silliness. It's a problem in the league. It's that problem Stephen Ross does not have. That dude does not have that. Okay? It's a monster problem in the league. Monster. Not for the Dolphins. That's all I got to say. I will defend Stephen Ross against racism forever, because it's so stinking obvious. How in the hell am I going to... That man hired a black GM, and that guy hired a black coach, and the black GM then hired 2 black personnel directors. I'm sorry? Anybody else doing that? No. In fact, the Dolphins need to be held not as the example for winning on the field, but we should be held as the kind of organization that is inclusive. What the NFL should strive to be, image-wise. Okay? There. I'll say it that way. And Flores isn't suing because he couldn't get a head coaching job as a head coach. He's suing because he couldn't get another head coaching job immediately after getting fired for incompetence. That's why he's suing. Back when he filed, he felt that he shouldn't have to go back to being an assistant, learn from his mistakes, like Josh McDaniel claims he has. No, this guy wanted another job immediately, but hey, the Jets did hire Gase a couple days after we fired him, so maybe he's right. Nah, just the Jets. Idiocy. Can't argue with any of that. Thank you, sir, for sending us the text on the Welton Rayom text line. Big O Carson Wentz is going to be released. Yes. Yes. I think you also sent it there probably. So you sent it in 2 places to make sure it got in on the Welton Rayom text line. Remember, whenever you're listening to the podcast, day or night, you can always send in a text and I'll answer it. I'll answer it as always. By the way, when I looked that up, I did not know. I thought, I thought Michael was richer than that. And 1.9 billion is rich. God. It's kind of ridiculous that I'm saying that, right? But I thought Mike had more than that. Okay. Now I know he's bought all kinds of stuff, and maybe that's no, but that's also part of your total worth. So I don't know. It's crazy, man. I saw it and I was like, wow. Okay. I thought the dude had more money than that, but it shows you how much money it takes to buy a team and maintain it, and how few people there are that could actually do that. Because people say we all throw. I've done it too. Oh, we need more minority ownership, and then it's like, okay, well then let's look into that. How is minority ownership? Who are the minorities? And there are so few that would be interested in it. I personally, I don't even think Oprah would be interested in buying a team, because I don't think Oprah would want to deal with the owners of the NFL. It would drive her crazy. That woman would. Can you imagine Oprah in an owners meeting? Oh my God. That woman would be straightening some people out like right away. It would not go well for her, because she would be doing all the right things or want to do the right things, and these guys would, no, we want to go to our regular ways, and that would drive that woman. I don't think she would ever want an NFL team. I don't really believe that. I don't think she would want that headache. That's what I'm telling you. That's also it's also a headache. It's also a burden, that because you're so rich, you don't need aggravation. You can get rich and even more richer on doing what you've been doing. You don't need to go buy an NFL team, but if you buy an NFL team, you now set yourself up for all kinds of ridicule. Look at the Glazer family. Ever since they bought the soccer team, that's all they get is hate. They can't stand the Glazer family across the pond. What? It's great to own these teams, but something comes with it. And if you're willing to accept it, well, then go ahead and knock yourself out. Michael Jordan is building an absolute massive golf course in Hope Sound, so a lot of his money is pumping into that. Yeah. Anyway, let's be honest. Let's be honest now. Okay? Would you want Michael Jordan running your football team? Okay, 99% of you said no about Brian Flores. Okay, we got over 400 right now. Be honest now. Yes or no? Would you want Michael Jordan owning your football team? Yes or no on the text line right now. Be honest now. Forget that he's Michael Jordan. Just go ahead and think about everything you've seen so far. Would you want Michael Jordan running your football team? Because I don't know about you, he can't run a basketball team. I don't care how rich he is. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I have no hope that Michael Jordan could ever do anything in football. I think it would be an effing joke if he ran a football team. The highlight of Michael Jordan owning a football team is that he's losing his ass on the golf course and inside the locker room in poker to all the players. Because that's what Michael does. He gives away a lot of money in gambling. There you go. Only Frankie says yes, better than Ross. I don't know, man. He hasn't done anything. And in basketball, you only need a couple players, dude. Football, you need a lot more than a couple players. I don't know, man. I disagree with you, Frankie. He's terrible. Yeah, most people are. I think only Frankie has said yes. If we didn't know about the Hornets, I'd probably say, well, but that's the point. That's the beauty, my brother. That's what Topher, that's exactly what we love, is that we have a track record. And if you watch the sport he played, he can't even come close to being in the mix. Forget dominating. I mean, Michael Jordan is the greatest player to ever play the game, and he is if not the worst GM ever, second or third. Like, he's one of the 3 worst GMs in the history of the NBA. He's owned the Hornets and run it for a long time, and they do nothing, dude. Every year they do nothing. I'm telling you, he's like one of the worst. I want Mickey Harrison to own the Dolphins. Now you're talking. Track record, right? He solved the Heat's problems the first week he owned the team. How awesome is that? Huh? You take over the team, you're Mickey Harrison. The first decision you made is the last decision you needed to make, and that's it. Pat Riley. And then that tree produced Stan Van Gundy, who did a solid job, and then Eric Spoelstra, who's been better than Pat Riley in a Heat uniform as a coach. It's pretty awesome, huh? It's pretty awesome. You know who's also awesome? Joe Shad, baby, and the American Dream Lending.com Miami Dolphins Insider Report. That's next.
Dolphins fans, buckle up. It's time for the American Dream Lending Miami Dolphins Report with Joe Shad. When you're ready to purchase a new home or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy. With fast approvals and quick closings. Call them at 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com. Here's Joe Shad with today's edition of the American Dream Lending Report.
Morning, Joe. How are you doing, my friend?
Good, Big O. How are you, buddy?
Very good. I got an interesting thing that I brought up, and when we look at what's going on with Brian Flores and the lawsuit and all that stuff, and we normally say, Joe, well, we need more minority owners, don't we? I mean, that's something we see it in the NBA. Plus, they've been more willing to be more acceptable of looking like what the players look like in your league, right? Executives, coaches, GMs, we see a lot of minorities, but we don't see it in the NFL. So our solution is, well, let's get minority ownership involved. So I went and looked up the Forbes top 15 black billionaires. And did you know Michael Jordan's at 1.9 billion? It's not enough. Oprah's 2.5. A guy named Robert F. Smith, who is a former Goldman Sachs executive, is at $5 billion. He has his own equity firm. And then we get into a couple of Indians who are on this list. Obviously, Mike Adenuga, $9.1 billion, but he's in oil, and mobile telecom. He may not even be interested in buying it, right? And then another guy named Aliko Dangote, who's worth $10.9 billion. He's the richest black man in the world. So the bottom line is, if MJ is in the top 15 at $1.9 billion, our real problem is, because I showed him that Shad Khan is $8.2 billion. So Shad obviously has the kind of money to own a team, but if you have $1 or $2 or $3 billion, believe it or not, or $4 billion, you don't have enough to own a team.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not an expert in ownership, but obviously what you can have is an ownership group.
Exactly.
In which the lead investor is African American, and the idea would be that would at least be a step in the right direction.
Exactly. But what my point is that if you're going to do this, you need somebody with heavy pockets. We actually don't have enough black minorities that have that kind of juice. You're going to have to get a group of them together, or we also have to get into women, minority families. There are billionaire women and billionaire minority families that we probably aren't on this list and aren't mentioned.
Well, also that are NFL owners that aren't, talked about a lot, because the problem here is black or African American. But there are other brown or dark-skinned folks, such as Shad Khan, who you mentioned, who are in the ownership group. Yeah, I don't know that, if folks who have spoken about this issue have not suggested that having a few black owners is going to solve the issue.
It would help.
There's so much more.
It would help.
I think it'd be a step in the right direction for sure. But when you were talking about how there aren't enough people on that Forbes list who are billionaires, I was thinking about how a lot of folks who discuss this issue say that there aren't enough black offensive coordinators, for example, to become head coaches.
Amen.
So you can draw a parallel between those two.
I just think it has to start at the top where they understand the same kind of fight that everybody else is going through. So they're willing to give people an opportunity who deserve an opportunity, obviously, because for all these causes, whether we're talking about minorities or gays or women or whatever, and we're fighting for equality, like what we're seeing now with women's soccer, which I'm really happy for the women because they've been way more productive than the men anyway. And they should be hell, I could argue you should pay the women more than the men. Actually, you should pay it on production. And if the women are going deeper and winning, World Cups, they probably need to be paid more than the men. But that's another case. But see, we see equality there, and that's nice to see. In order for us to accomplish that, it's just something that we have. But see, the difference is women's soccer in America is equal to the men's soccer. That's the thing. And we've got to get to the point where we get minorities the equal opportunity that others have had to purchase these teams, because it has to start there, Joe. Because in the NBA, when you cover the NBA, you see the variety of individuals that are in that league all over the place. They're Europeans and they're white and they're black and they're Hispanic and they're Asian. Dude, it's all over the place. It's so inclusive. And it also helps that you also have a variety of ownership groups too in the NBA.
Yeah, a lot of folks have proposed a lot of solutions. And if you read the Brian Flores lawsuit, there are, I believe, some suggestions in there. And if you listen to Brian Flores' attorneys, there are some suggestions as well. I mean, this lawsuit isn't just about, punishing people. It's about trying to affect change.
Amen.
And so, of course, I hope that in that part of this, some positive change is affected.
What'd you think of the Brian Gumbel interview?
I only watched portions. I didn't watch the whole interview last night.
You didn't miss much.
I read the transcripts that were sent out by HBO's PR team. I think one of the things that happens when you get into a lawsuit, and this happens even just in journalism, you get into a semantics debate sometime. So like the Dolphins saying that Stephen Ross never asked Brian Flores to sign a non-disparagement agreement, could be a technicality. What if a Dolphins representative asked Brian Flores on behalf of Stephen Ross to sign a non-disparaging agreement? You know what I mean?
Well, but he should have said it that way then.
You really parse
right?
state. Yeah, well, I understand your point. Sometimes we don't say every word or phrase or sentence exactly the way we would if we could go back and write it down and edit.
I mean, if he's willing to throw Belichick under the bus, then he's willing to say, well, employee A came to me with an NDA on behalf of Stephen Ross to sign it. He should have said that. He could have thrown the employee. I mean, in that interview with Gumbel, by the way.
Transcript, and again, you get in the weeds and you lose sight of what's important. How important is this one detail? I'm not sure. I believe Brian Gumbel said, so are you saying Stephen Ross wanted you or asked you to sign an NDA? And he said, So you're getting in the weeds here, but it's not like Brian Flores said, and then Mr. Ross came into the office with a piece of paper and placed it in front of me and said, sign this now or you'll never see a dime of Dolphin dough. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. It's kind of like the whole thing with like, hey, I'll give you $100,000 for every game you lose. I don't know if there are folks out there who do believe that was like a legitimate, like backroom mafia kind of like offer, or if it was more a flippant remark.
Well, that's the problem. That when we had Omar on yesterday, and I think
it was flippant remark. Does Omar believe it was a legitimate, sincere, binding offer?
Well, when I had Omar on yesterday, and I was kind of frustrated with the I Am Athlete one because I thought they didn't challenge him at all, and I told Omar that, and I said, when you asked them, hey, did you talk? Did initially were there tanking talk in that initial interview with them, and then they got into something else, and they never followed up with him on that.
So here's another semantics thing. We know that it's unlikely that Stephen Ross or Tom Garfinkel or Chris Greer said to Brian Flores in an interview, listen, man, if you want this job, you have to be on board with a tank. They probably didn't use the word tank, probably. What they probably said was, we're going to give you a 5-year contract because the first year doesn't even count. We're tearing this thing down to the studs. It's a dramatic and total rebuild. As Stephen Ross said on the record, if we have to lose 4 games in order to change the direction of the franchise, so be it. He said that on the record in a press conference. So, of course, he said it privately to all of the head coach candidates.
Yeah.
Brian Flores was not blindsided by the concept that they were going to tear this down to the studs. Of course not. The thing that he didn't like is that he was offended that he thought the owner was so serious about wanting to lose that he was willing to give him money in some form. There was an allusion to a vacation, right?
How about this? This is, again, we're all spitting in the wind. We really have no idea, but I'm with you on this. That when they first met, hey man, we're tearing it down to the bone, and we understand you're going to struggle a lot in this first year. I know we know you're going to struggle to win games, so this is why we're giving you a 5-year deal. We're tearing it all the way down. So and so indirectly, he's kind of telling you, hey, we know this year, hey, you can throw it out the window. But one way or another, he didn't pick up on that and then still went out to go win games. But if you watch the I Am Athlete interview, at one point there, he goes, so you knew they were tanking? And he said, yeah, I knew, and I took it on as a challenge. So in other words, he knew what they were trying to do, and yet he went against it. So if you knew about it initially, dude, you should have come forward then.
I think there's some confusion about what the word tank means. The Dolphins from the start disputed that they were tanking. They didn't want to be associated with the 76ers or the Browns and this sort of thing.
Well, he was coaching to win. So there was no tanking on the field.
A tank season means that you make it almost impossible to do anything but win. That's what a tank season means. That's what the Dolphins did. That's different from throwing games.
Exactly. Yes.
But unfortunately, some of my friends, just friends, they don't see any difference. And of course there's a difference.
Well, I understand why they don't see also a difference, because you're still trying to lose one way or another, Joe. So I get why they look at anybody. I can understand, not just your friends, anybody looking at it that way. That makes sense for them to look at it that way. But again, this is the crazy part. If somehow or another you knew you were involved in this from the get-go, then dude, why didn't you get off right from? That's when you would have had credibility. Now it makes you look like you're just bitter because you got fired, you didn't get a job. Now you're suing everybody, and that's the problem to me. That's where this doesn't really fly much.
Listen, in all sports, when a team is far out of playoff consideration, here's something they often do, especially in leagues in which there's a draft and the worst teams get the higher pick. They stop playing the 34-year-old veterans.
Right.
And they say, let's take a look at the youngsters so we have a sense for what we might have. Brian Flores, and this is the part that bothered me, Josh Rosen stunk in practice so much that he couldn't bring himself to play Rosen the last few games. You wouldn't be playing Rosen because it's a tank plan. You would be playing Rosen, who's 12 years or so younger than Fitzpatrick, because you want to take a look at the younger player. That's how you justify taking a look at players who are less established, less proven, maybe even less talented. That's how you justify it, but he wouldn't do that. And I disagreed with that decision. Even if Josh Rosen threw 8 interceptions in practice in a week, I thought he should have rolled him out there the last few games. Let's see. He said, I can't stand in front of my team and say I'm putting this guy out there. Why not? Every sport, every manager, every coach does just that.
Well, not only that, I'll give you more fuel to your fire, my brother. You're addressing a team that most of those guys aren't going to be there anyway. And so either way, all those guys were hanging on to their dear lives for an opportunity. So whoever's playing quarterback, you still got to go out there and play your ass off. Now, if this was a veteran-laden team that had a playoff ambition or whatever, and you're not playing the right quarterback and all those veterans are pissed off and it's Jason and it's Zach and all, then I understand that he has to play the better player. But in the case of that first year, it was all developmental players. It was guys off the street. You didn't owe anybody a damn thing there. Development, that was a developmental year, and that's what you should have done. But he went out and played Fitz to win games that really meant nothing in the end.
So in 2019, I was covering the team. Xavier Howard played only 5 games.
Yep.
At a certain point, the Dolphins shut him down.
Yeah.
This is not a tank strategy. This is a smart strategy. Xavier Howard, there's no point in running him out there. We're not involved in the playoff hunt. So organizationally, they made a decision to shut him down.
Well, he also has had several scopes.
I'm saying we all know Xavier has only so many miles on his knees. So in 2019, the Dolphins organizationally made a smart decision because guess what? 2020, Xavier Howard, 16 games. 2021, Xavier Howard, 16 games. Guess what? The decision paid dividends.
Yeah.
So Brian Flores and Chris Greer.
By the way, he continues to play 16 games because he's still searching for more I'm just saying, but go ahead.
That's fine. I would like, incentives.
Motivation.
I would like incentives for the weekly insider report with Joe Shad, brought to you by American Dream Lending. I would like bonuses. I'm going to ask for a restructure. I would like $100 extra per week if we hit a certain threshold, Big O.
There you go. There you go.
And do you think that I would send out more tweets about your show? You're damn right I would.
It's our show, by the way.
I like that. I like your, where. That's good stuff. We're working on a new Dolphins.
There ain't no corporations here, bro. We're not working for anybody. We're working for ourselves.
Let me ask you for a suggestion. So we're going to do, at my other job, we're going to do a weekly Dolphins newsletter, okay? And I'm going to write it. And I'm going to send it to the people who want to sign up. So you are a guy who's smart in the areas of, marketing and promotion and connecting with the fans. Tell me one thing you might think about with the newsletter. Not just links to stories, but also, a little bit of me, right?
Yeah, I think you should have a weekly forum. A Dolphin weekly forum on the Palm Beach Post that you and Hal could host. And people can jump on and ask you questions. And Hal and you answer them on video.
Pre-COVID, we did a video chat. We did a live video chat on Facebook Live.
I think that would be something you want to interact with people. I think that helps you build subscriptions because you're connecting with human beings. I think it's incredibly, in our business on the radio side, I can't speak on your side because it's different, but on our side, they try to teach you to not take phone calls, to not really lean on listeners at all, and all that kind of really, and then you really hang. Most of the guys that I've hung around with, they don't really want to meet people. They don't really want to be around the people that they depend on every single day, which is the weirdest thing. And I've always been the polar opposite of all of that. You know what I mean?
Well, if you look at some of the stars in our industry, the Colin Cowherd and whatnot, who I respect as an accomplished broadcaster. He's an accomplished broadcaster who does put a lot of thoughts into his monologues. It's one way. It's here's what I've been writing down all night. Here's what I've been thinking about all night. Here are also all my analogies and comparisons, and it's one way. So I agree with you. What can separate us from the Colin Cowards, who again is a skilled broadcaster, and was very nice to me in my days at ESPN, is trying to engage on a more intimate basis. I think you're right.
Yeah, it's I think it's important actually. So I think it's cool when you're able to do something like that. So tell us about the new quarterback. What you know?
All I know is I Googled his name and really crazy picture of him wearing like a fur vest with like a gold chain and holding up like a Canadian Football League trophy. And I was like, oh, this guy is cool. I can't wait to meet him.
Okay.
I think he's from the Midwest, like South Dakota and Iowa and Illinois or something like that.
Yeah, well,
I have no idea. I think
he went to South Dakota. He went to South Dakota and Minnesota. So
there you go. I think there's some connection. I think the 49ers did some homework into him when Mike McDaniel was there. So that makes sense. Yeah, who knows if he backs up Tua Tagovailoa? You have to imagine.
You don't think that, right? You don't think that, right?
I think a lot of people tweeting that. Someone told him to say that. I don't know who, but listen, obviously, he'll have a chance. But you'd have to think that they're going to also add a veteran arm. Yeah.
I think they'll add a mid-tier veteran type that can back him up and help him out, seeing on the other eyes on the field. And I think this kid will end up competing with either an undrafted or a 7th-round quarterback or something like that. I think they'll draft the guy really late or undrafted guy to bring in, and those two camp arms will battle to see who's the practice squad guy. But I think they're going to add a veteran when it's all set.
You need arms because they're learning a new offense with new routes. And so, if this guy has some familiarity with what the 49ers want to do, that type of offense, that'll be helpful too.
Yeah, and also movement. So you're going to need a quarterback that can move around a little bit. He has to have some athleticism to play in this offense too. So it can't be you can't be a pure drop back passer in this offense.
Garoppolo, looked like he should be an athlete, but he wasn't really mobile. So
he's mobile enough. If you want to move him around, you can do it.
Who's more mobile, Garoppolo or Tua?
No, I think Tua. No, I think Tua's. Yeah, no, Tua's guy. Tua
He's
can
not fast. He's not fast, but he has decent movement skills.
Yeah, I mean, he's juked guys. You've seen him make. He makes people miss at times. And by the way, he'll run you over. The hell are you talking about? You get in Tua's way, he runs you over also. When do you see Garoppolo? Garoppolo doesn't do things like that.
I kind of wish Brian Flores, I asked Brian Flores about that like 3 times, and he refused to say that he thought it was cool or that it inspired his teammates.
Oh, he hated that kid.
He was just so – well, no, I don't mean that he hated Tua. I mean that he hated that play. And I just wish that he could have brought himself to say, you know what? I don't like the play. We teach our quarterbacks to slide. But I'm going to give Tua that one. That was a play that really inspired his teammates. You know what I mean? Like, he was very within the lines. Mm-hmm. And I get the feeling Mike McDaniel is going to be a little more flexible.
When I tell you he's so full of crap, his eyes are brown. He did not like that kid at all. He never, ever wanted Tua. Ever. Okay? He was pissed that he had to coach Tua. And that ruined it right from the get-go.
Well, I think the fresh start is going to be good. I think Mike McDaniel and Frank Smith, the offensive coordinator, and Darrell Bevel, the new quarterbacks coach and offensive coordinator. In the same way, the new offensive line coach, Mr. Matt Applebaum, I think. Applebaum.
Yeah. By the way, before I let you go, Tua looked like a president at the end of his term. When you look at the Tua you were covering at the beginning, holding up, wearing Fitz jersey and clowning around with you guys, and the guy at the end of this year who was serious and beaten down, and you can tell, dude. Yeah,
he was scarred, not just physically, emotionally too. And I wrote that. I've written that, and you can read it in the Palm Beach Post. I did 10 homework assignments for the new Dolphins coaching staff. It's a subscriber column, but we extended the offer into today, 2 months, $22, 2 years,
Get it.
$22, 2 years, $22. So, I mean,
that's a joke. That's an absolute joke. And he and Hal do excellent work. Tom D'Angelo, they're also good people there at the Palm Beach Post. Follow him on Twitter at Shad Joe. Catch him twice a week here with the American Dream Lending Miami Dolphins Insider Report. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
See you.
Got it. There you go. The great Joe Shad. Boom.
When you're ready to purchase a new home or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today, 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com.
We back. There you go. John Fernandez, ask Joe why should Tua stay in Miami? Because he's under contract and he's going nowhere. I don't know why any of you guys even get into any of these silly conversations. Where's Tua going to go, dude? What's he going to do? Demand the trade, bro? Seriously. He just got a guy that actually he needs. It's just as silly as the people that actually, well, let's go trade for Garoppolo. Let's go trade for Russell Wilson or Aaron Rodgers. Oh, let's go trade for Deshaun. None of that's going to happen. Tua's the quarterback. Wake up. It's over already. Move on. The season is over. The new season has begun. Tua's the quarterback. Relax already. If you don't like it, then don't watch the team. That's it. That's all I can tell you. Because they're not going to satisfy you. Okay? So Tua can't get out of a contract. That's silly. And they're not going to be moving for any other quarterback. They're moving on with this young man, and it's fine. If they get the offensive line and the running game going, Tua will be a completely different quarterback this year. That's it. Just give the kid a team. That's all. As I've said 100 times already, give him what Kirk Cousins has in Minnesota. Give him what Jameis Winston and Taysom Hill have in New Orleans. Give him what Tannehill has in Tennessee. Give him what Matthew Stafford had with the Rams. Just give him a decent team around him, and he'll be just fine. You give him shitty coaching and no offense, it's hard for him to ever succeed. And having said all that, he still wins more than he loses, and he still throws more touchdowns than interceptions. So we got to get over this already. Tua's the quarterback. All right? He's stuck here. You're stuck with him. I guess that's the way we got to look at it. However you want to look at it. It's not going to change. Is it true Brian Flores said Mr. Ross and Jeffrey Epstein had Jeffrey Epstein killed? Probably. I don't know. Brian Flores is blaming Ross for everything. That's all. Could be true, bro. You never know. Minka said in an interview he didn't like Miami's defensive scheme. To me, an excuse to get out. He never wanted to be a Dolphin. No, it had nothing to do with that. He was fine being a Dolphin. He just wasn't fine getting along with Brian Flores. That's all. He had a problem with Brian Flores. So that'll be fun to see how that reunion is going to go now over in Pittsburgh. Minka will probably say, hey, man, listen, you coach linebackers. Just get out of my face. Leave me alone. You're not in my position, so just get lost. It's probably what's going to happen. We don't need to see each other, talk to each other, nothing. We'll be in the same defensive meeting room once a week, and after that, I don't need to deal with you anymore. I'll deal with my position coach, and I'll talk to my coordinator. You, coach linebackers, get out of my face. That's probably what's going to happen. Figueroa says the more allegations that Flores makes against the Dolphins and the NFL, the more baseless his claims are. Well, until he shows proof, brother. That's it. That's what it's going to take. It's all about proof. If he doesn't have proof, it's going to be it'll be a terrible look for him. He would have made zero progress. And it's a shame because it's a real problem that they have. By the way, Barry Jackson had a terrific article. He asked scouts about the Miami Heat. And go to the Miami Herald if you have a subscription. If you don't, get a subscription for the Herald, the Sentinel, the Palm Beach Post. Come on, man. It's really cheap. You just heard Joe. $22 for 2 years. I mean, that's stupid. Anyway, so he interviewed scouts, and let me tell you, man, all these scouts were just marveling at everything that the Heat has done this year, and especially some of the young guys. And Ira and I have talked about this, that, because I know that Duncan obviously can do something that very few people in the world can do, right? He can shoot like very few. And this year he has not lived up to his contract that he just signed. And I don't know, maybe it'll take him a year to adjust and with the expectations and all that, or maybe it doesn't. But we have talked about, because of the development of Strus and the development of Caleb Martin and the development of Gabe Vincent, does Duncan become expendable? So one of the scouts that Barry was talking to was actually surprised they didn't trade Duncan before the deadline. He thought that Strus is a better athlete and has more upside. So, which is something that we talked about here on the show, that, if you trade Duncan and you can get yourself a good player in return, well, you don't lose anything pretty much, because Strus actually gives you a little bit more defensively, plays a little bit more physical than Duncan. You know what I mean? And he's a damn good shooter and he's right, a better athlete. Gabe Vincent has been, his shot is, wow, he's become deadly. Gabe Vincent. I thought that was actually a really cool article. And it wasn't one scout only. I give Barry credit. He had several scouts that he quoted. And to hear, because sometimes you'll hear good and bad and, things like that. But it was one scout after another, marveling at the depth. And they had him ranked number 1 in the conference. Not Brooklyn, not Milwaukee, not Chicago. No. They had Miami number 1. They thought Miami's depth, their defensive disposition, and obviously Coach Spo, that combination can really catapult them to winning a championship. And I would have to agree with that. But I thought that was actually really interesting to get that article. And it just, because this is one of those seasons that has evolved for me personally. I was thinking, there's an outside chance. Maybe you make it to the finals. Maybe Eastern Conference is probably the most realistic thing. And then all of a sudden, these 4 young guys came out of nowhere and they start to develop. And you're like, holy crap, these people have a long ass bench now. And they've got shooters galore now. So if Duncan is struggling, you could go to Strus and you can go to Gabe Vincent, you can go to Caleb Martin. Holy crap. The backup point guard position we thought was a real problem. Well, no, not anymore. Gabe Vincent can help you. Caleb can do a little work there. The power 4, stretch 4, that might be the little bit of, now that's the challenge now. And that's where the scout, on moving Duncan, that's probably what you could have tried to move him for. I'm sure the Heat exercised it. I'm sure they tried to move Duncan and try to find the right trade for it. They probably could not find the right trade. And so they stayed status quo. But it's really cool. It's a good article. You should read it. Barry Jackson did a nice job. Got a bunch of people around the league to talk Heat. And it's just, for me now, I'm at the point where I have no doubts that this team has a shot at winning the title. They're that good. They're that deep. I know it'll be tough when they get there, but damn, dude, they can win it. There's no doubt about it. Hey, listen, the contracts with Lowry and Butler, I've told you many times, they scare the hell out of me. On the back end of those contracts, you cringe. But in this, year here, you got a shot. If you win a title this year, doesn't matter how those contracts end. So to be quite honest, it just doesn't matter. It's fine. We can live with it. Move on. Spike Fear says, miss hearing you on the radio, Big O, but I'm glad I found you on YouTube. Well, Spitz, there's no reason to listen to radio, bro. You know, why? Listen, you're getting a half hour of commercials. Just ask everybody here. We don't give you a half hour of commercials in every hour. We give you a lot of content every hour. Okay. Content like Nature B, baby. That gets me through the day. That powers me all day, all night. Man, we got to do the show. I have meetings, got all kinds of things. I've got responsibilities, did some exercise with the wife last night. Energy, and I'm back every single day. And that's thanks to the power of pollen, man. There are no 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock downs. You know, like you're driving home and you're out of gas. No. The power of pollen will power you through the day, will boost your immune system, those 27 vitamins and amino acids, those 28 minerals and powerful antioxidants. I'm telling you, folks, order it right now, a 3-month supply of Nature B. Use my code Big O. You will get free shipping. And I'm telling you, it's not just boosting your immune system. It's giving you the energy. Your hair is going to grow longer and stronger and faster, by the way. Your nails are going to grow stronger and faster, by the way, just like your hair will grow faster. And for a guy like me, I love that my hair is growing faster. Maybe it's Nature B that's kept my hair so brown over the years. At 55, I've got still pretty much I got pretty good color. Maybe Nature B also helps me with the color of my hair. I have no idea. I'm joking. I have no idea. I've been taking it for 20 years, man. 20 years. NatureB.com is the website. All natural, made in clean, green New Zealand, baby. All right? So it's great for the kids. It's great for everyone in the family. And you know those little buggers. They go to school, and they're out there with a whole bunch of other kids, and they're bringing back a whole bunch of other germs. So load them up with Nature B. Load yourself up with Nature B so you can stay away from a cold. That's why I love it also, because I got to use my voice every day. I got to stay away from a cold. I just went to New York. I got on a plane there and back and was in the cold for several days. No cold. Nature B is for me, baby. NatureB.com. Get the 90-day supply and use my code Big O. Let's see. How did Big O get that goatee back so quick? There's only one way, right, Sean?
Chia.
That's right. I am the human chia pet.
Chia.
That's it. That is me. So after that happened, Sean came up with the chia pet, and there you are. I am the
Chia.
That's me. Omar Kelly was looking like a little schoolgirl on that I Am Athlete podcast. Why? Why did he look like a schoolgirl? What the hell is that? I love my man Omar. I just wish he would have, I think Omar was also kind of screwed because he had to kind of defer to those two guys. And again, Brandon Marshall. And, some guy came at me yesterday on I forgot if it was on the Welton Rayom text line or on Twitter or whatever. Oh, yeah, those guys do a good job. I'm like, dude, those guys can't interview jack crap. Give me a break. If you want to hear, you know what Marshall and Chad Johnson should do? They should just sit back and BS and talk football. But interviewing, they're not good interviewers, dude. They have no business doing that show at all. That's an important subject. It's an important situation going on. And you didn't really go about it the right way because you were probably afraid of the answers you could have ended up not getting or the position he would have been put in. But, you had another agenda outside of actually doing the journalistic thing there. But that's why. But hey, listen, that's good. At least this is one thing good about it. I never have to watch that show again. Okay? Now I know that show, you're going to bring somebody on and that's the wrong people are interviewing them. You know? First time I watched that show. Never watched that show. Never will watch it again. Why would I want to watch Brandon Marshall and Chad Johnson? Those are guys you bring on for a segment, for an interview, and then that's it. You don't put them on as hosts. They're not qualified at all. Let's see. I think we need a Big O interview with Flo. No, they won't do that with me. You can, I won't even bother asking because they're not going to bring. He's not going to come on a show with me because we're going to ask him like real questions and put him in a really difficult position, and then he's going to either have to answer or he's going to look really, really bad. One of the two. Big O, Brandon and Chad Johnson are just there to try and look cool and feel like they're actually accomplishing something. Okay. That's fine. I unsubscribed to the I Am Athlete podcast once they lost Channing Crowder. Oh, Channing Crowder was on that podcast? What's the podcast but I thought he was. What podcast does he do? Because I don't know which one he's on. What's the name of the podcast that Channing does? So Channing was with them? I didn't know that. I have no idea. Shows you how much I keep up with that. But now it's kind of like the Skip Bayless thing or Colin Cowherd. It's like, I don't keep up with that. I have no interest in that. And you guys send me that kind of stuff. The pivot. I got you. And who does he do the pivot with? Does he do it by himself? No, there's no way Channing does it by himself. That's not what he is. He's a complimentary guy, not a lead guy. So he's got to be doing it with somebody else. So he left Brandon Marshall and Chad Johnson in I Am Athlete, and now he's at the pivot. And who's the pivot with? That's what I want to know. South Florida Channing. And Fred Taylor broke off from I Am Athlete, and now they're doing the pivot. Oh, with Ryan Clark. Okay. I like Ryan Clark. Fred Taylor's really mellow. He's doing talk. I've had Fred Taylor on a couple of times. Fred's not very animated. He's kind of like a mellow dude. Does he get animated in that podcast? Because he's not, at least the Fred Taylor that I run, super cool guy, by the way. But mellow, not really the kind of guy you would think to do that stuff. Interesting. Well, I like Ryan Clark, and Channing does an excellent job. So, yeah, no, I like Channing Crowder. I got nothing against Channing Crowder. He does an excellent job. They on the QAM side, they do a good job, dude. They have fun with that show. It's not a sports show. Now, okay, let's compartmentalize now. Okay, I like Channing Crowder. I like Hockman. I got nothing against those guys. They do an excellent job. Not a sports show. Okay, and I'm sure they know. They say it. So let's separate the two. When I listen to them, I don't listen to them for any kind of sports. You know what I'm saying? So if I listen to them, I know that they're going to be clowning around and talking about something stupid. Maybe I laugh for a moment and I'm out, but I got no problem. Now, I don't know what Channing does on this show. Again, I've never watched the pivot, so I have no idea. Now, is the pivot part of a company? Is it because Ryan Clark, isn't he ESPN? So is this an ESPN podcast or is this something else? I don't even know. See, that's the thing. I don't know anything about this. What else do we have here? Let's see. All right. What do we have here? Why don't you invite Chad and Marshall to interview them? That way you can teach. Now, they don't bring anything to the table. Why do I want to bring them on? That would not be There's nothing there to talk about. Talk about what a funky tip that that Chad Johnson left somebody. They're not in the game now anymore. It's not something that I really need to talk about. You know what I'm saying? No, it's not an ESPN podcast. It's their own podcast. Oh, good. Okay. It's a spinoff from I Am Athlete. Aha. I got you. All right. Positive public opinion isn't good as flow attorneys predicted. All right. So there you go. I'll try to check out the Pivot if they have some good guests. I will definitely check it out and see what's going on there. Did you guys see now Rich Umberger, I think is how it's pronounced, former offensive lineman in the NFL, played for a couple of teams, is now stirring it up a little bit because he says that Tom Brady isn't playing because he had a rift and got tired of Bruce Arians. So it's interesting because what's his name? Rick Stroud. Rick Stroud does an excellent job, I believe, for the Tampa Bay Times, is it, or Union, or he works for that local paper there, and he does an excellent job covering the Bucs. He's well connected with the Bucs. He's broken tons of stories. So Ornberger said, heard some interesting things recently. Tom Brady and Bruce Arians' honeymoon was over in Tampa. The retirement announcement wasn't because of trouble seeing eye to eye on the offensive game planning, but the relationship was souring. Apparently, while Arians was rehabbing the Achilles in the early mornings, offensive coordinator Byron Leftwich and Brady would work on the week's game plan. Arians would later come in and take a red pen to the work they've done. The QB and OC felt undermined. There was tension. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers handling of the three-time NFL MVP and seven-time Super Bowl champion offensive coordinator Byron Leftwich were reportedly responsible for the entire offensive game plan. Per my report earlier, as Rich has become a reporter now, head coach Bruce Arians would at times take a red pen to that offensive game plan, figuratively speaking, of course. There were apparently major disagreements between Leftwich and Brady on strategy, especially regarding the run game. At certain points during the 2021 season, Brady successfully seized control of the offensive game plan, adjusting play calls he didn't believe would work. Additionally, there was a feeling of resentment inside the building towards Arians. While others worked around the clock in Tampa to build a winner, head coach Bruce Arians had a much lighter work schedule per multiple impregnable sources, he says. Offensive rankings and team success are not indications that relationships are or were steady on footing. If that were the case, Tom Brady would still be playing in New England, or is this instance playing football at all? So, Rick Stroud, who's been on the beat for a long time, says, couple things, Rich. Spent 2 years every day with Tom Brady and Byron Leftwich, NBA. Arians took the job on the condition of not game planning. There were no figurative red pens. It was always, and he put always in capital letters, Leftwich and Brady, and was collaborative. They had a top 2 and 3 offense. So, and Rick's well connected. So I kind of have a hard time understanding that is actually going to happen because, one, Bruce Arians is a cool cat. He's an easier guy, way easier guy to get along with than Bill Belichick. So if Tom Brady put up with Belichick for, 18, 19 years or whatever it was, 20 years, I forgot how many years he was in New England. You're going to tell me that after 2 years with the Kango wearing Bruce Arians that he's, come on, man. Brady was himself doing commercials, doing that silly ass weekly thing that he was doing with Gronk for the Bucks. It was kind of fun at times. He was on social media all over the place. Come on, dude. Let's go. You know what this reminds me of? The whole Tua Flores thing, and Flores was too tough and this and that, and that Tua can't handle the tough coaching. And it's like, he came from Saban. Saban would scream at him right on the sidelines in front of everybody. And by the way, he wasn't losing his cool. He was calm, cool, and collective, walking and listening to Saban just ran. And why? Because you kind of know what it is. It goes with the territory. You effed up on the field. When you come off the field, Chuck Noll's going to let you have it. Right? That's just the way it goes. Somebody's going to let you have it. Shula, you name it. No coach is going to be happy. Belichick's not going to be happy. Sean Payton's not going to be happy. No coach is happy pretty much. Okay, Tony Dungy. Not that he's happy, but he doesn't say anything. Okay, fine. Tony Dungy just looks at you and say, all right, man, we'll get him next time. And, that's Tony Dungy. But most other coaches are going to lose their minds when you come back to the sideline. You're trying to go to the sideline away from your coach. Your coach is standing on the 50. You want to go in by the 20 and then walk behind him. Come on. Just gets ridiculous sometimes. DJ Gallagher, thank you, sir, for a little love there on the super chat. Very nice of you, sir. Thank you. Absolutely silly, man. Let's see, what else do we have here on the program? So we'll see if what happens, by the way, with Brady, because I don't believe any of this story, and I believe he's retired. After us talking about he's going to play till he's 45 and 50 years old and he can play forever and all that, they lost, and he finally said, yeah, no, I got my championship. Let me get out. I wonder if Brady also is thinking, he's thinking legacy. He's thinking, well, I won one and lost one. That's a really good ratio. Let me leave. But if we have a disastrous year next year, then I'm walking out and it's kind of a downer. Here it wasn't really a downer because I've accomplished a lot and I ended up winning a title. So I did something that, very few have done in the history of the NFL, win a championship in two different teams. What is it? Peyton Manning, Brady, and is there anybody else that's won a championship in two places? It's just Brady and Manning, right? I think so. Somebody help me out. Am I missing somebody? Try to think. I don't think there is anybody. So, it's one of those deals where you kind of walk out. You're still walking out on a high because you did something really badass. You left to another team and helped them win a title. But I think he's done. I think he kind of said, you know what? I got to, all right, I did everything I could do. I got to give some time to the family, and he's got kids. I mean, what else is there to accomplish for that man on the field? The only thing that's left is negative crap, that he suffers a season career-ending injury, that he has a terrible season, and that he loses it on the field. Not losing like his cool. I'm saying like he doesn't look himself anymore, like Drew Brees did last year. Not this season, the season before, that Drew Brees was absolutely done, and you can tell. And you never want to age on the field. We saw that with Joe Namath. We saw it with Willie Mays. We saw it with Sugar Ray Leonard. It just gets Ben Roethlisberger at times this year showed you you're too old, dude. You hit it. And so you never know when Father Time is coming to knock. You just have no idea when that last moment is. And when it hits you, you don't want to be on the field in the middle of a season for it, because then everybody sees it. It's depressing for everybody. Watching Marino not be able to throw the way he could in his final season. He had those bone spurs in his shoulder and all that. These are things you don't want to see. Muhammad Ali hanging on. You don't want to see Emmitt Smith playing in a Arizona Cardinals uniform because he's still trying to, even though I don't think he played terrible in a Cardinals uniform, actually, but it wasn't what you expect, because there's a standard that Emmitt Smith set from Escambia all the way to Dallas. And you kind of want to maintain the standard you set in Escambia and Florida and then Dallas, and it just gets to that point, man. It's a tough situation. It really is. Let's see, what else do we have here on Le Programme to talk about for you guys out there. By the way, don't forget to visit Perdomo Cigars. Their humidor, the factory, by the way, is at 5150 Northwest 167th Street, right off the Palmetto Expressway. Easy, right there, right off 57th Avenue in the Palmetto. You'll see it there. And it's an awesome place. By the way, Nick is there when he's not traveling around the world and going to events all over, because Perdomo Cigars are constantly holding events all over the place. He is there. You can see Nick. You can see Nick Jr. See all the great people out there. They got a ginormous humidor. They got a retail store there. You can go there and buy your Perdomo cigars. They've got the empty boxes too. So for some of you out there that love to buy the empty boxes and you do some, projects with them, they've got that there. They've got all kinds of Perdomo wear, whether it's hats or shirts, all kinds of stuff. Check it out for yourself, man. 5150 Northwest 167th Street. Right there, you are looking at a beautiful cigar, the Lot 23. I love that one. That Connecticut wrapper, it is smooth. It's got that creamy taste. It is a terrific midday cigar, after lunch, that kind of stuff, kicking back, for me at least. Once I get into the late afternoon, the evening, I probably go more for a full-body cigar, but a Lot 23 in the midday, oh, man, that's a beautiful cigar right there. Check out the full line of Perdomo cigars at your nearest cigar shop, wherever you live around the world. And if they don't have it, you ask them, hey, man, how come you haven't ordered some Perdomos, huh? Some right there, a little Lot 23, a little 10th anniversary, 20th anniversary. Come on, man. Great selection. Check it out for yourself, perdomocigars.com. All right. What else do we have here on the program? Michelle Kaufman is going to join us here at the bottom of the hour. As Inter Miami, the season is right around the corner. They are a very young team. I don't know what we're going to get this year. We're going to ask Michelle about it. I can't wait for them to be good. I really want to. I really want to see a good soccer team down here. I've wanted it for a long, long time. And I know that Jorge Mas will figure it out, because he's got a ton of passion for it. And I know they've made their share of mistakes now early on, and it's kind of gotten rough for them. And now they've got to get out of this hole that they dug themselves in. They'll figure it out. It will not be easy, folks. It's going to be a grind for them to get out of this. By the way, Polygon is up over 10%, over 10.5%, up to 158. Any of you that ended up taking advantage of the dip over the last week here, when it got as low as 136, God bless you. All right. Smart move on your part. What this has become is an accumulation period, and you're getting a great opportunity right now as we're in our OK Coin crypto corner. This is what this is right now. This is a window, and you are getting the break of a lifetime. So if you've ever wanted to get into Polygon or into Cardano, or if you want to accumulate Bitcoin, or if you want to get some Ethereum, or Star Atlas, by the way, at OK Coin right now is a steal. Okay? Thing was at like 24 cents. It's like at 3 right now. You do the math. It's going to go there and way farther a year from now. You got to have patience. As I tell you in crypto, you got to have patience. Patience will pay off big time. What will not pay off is panic. Patience pays off. Panic will cost you a lot of money. Those that bought Bitcoin at 50,000, and because it's at 36 and 38, and right now it's at 39, they're panicking and they're selling and they're losing, and it does not make sense. What you do is you keep buying at a lower level and you lower your overall price. And then eventually it's going to go only one way. And when it catapults and it soars, it's going to go past that original point that you bought at 50. But that's the problem in crypto. So if you got in Polkadot at $24 and you're a little panicked because it went down to 21 and it was down to 16, you don't sell at 16 what you bought at 24. You buy at 24 because Polkadot's going to grow. The parachains are exploding. The amount of transactions that Polkadot is going to be able to run on the blockchain is going to be a sick number. But you have to be patient because this is a process that is going to take a couple of years to completely build out. And then at the same time, for mass adoption to take over and for then a lot of people to understand how they need to use it, how it benefits them, how it's going to be a part of their everyday lives. But all of this takes a little bit and it takes time. But once it gets there, it's going to be exploding. And at that time, you're not going to get the prices that you're getting now. That's the point. Do your homework. Once you believe in a company, then you commit to that company. And if you know that they have a great product, there's only one direction they're going to go in. They're going to be the Teslas of the world and the Amazons in crypto. And we've already got them in Bitcoin and Ethereum. Others are going to step up like Binance, like Avalanche, like Polygon, like Cardano. These are going to be monsters. VeChain, Polkadot. Okay, there's a lot of really good ones out there. Do your homework. Remember, invest in companies that have real world value. That's the important part. Not memes, but real world value. And once you see that, if there's an everyday use for it, then the potential is there for you to grow. Okay? Just like pay for play games. I'm not talking about Steve Ross pay to lose games. No, that's a whole different ball. I'm talking about pay for play games like Star Atlas. That game's being built now. They got portions of the game out, but the full game comes out in a year. When it comes out and everybody owns their NFTs and it starts to explode, you're not going to get it at pennies. It's going to go over $1 or $2. And then people are going to want to get in on it. And then they're going to call it the next sandbox and those kind of things. And then that's when it's going to go up several dollars. But you came in early. So that's why patience is very important in crypto. All right, let's talk a little Inter Miami, which they have a crypto company on their chest also. How about that? And, you got the Miami Heat. They've got obviously a crypto company on top of their stadium. So let's take a break and let's get Michelle Kaufman on the other side. Let's talk a little Inter Miami with the Inter Miami insider, Michelle Kaufman.
The Big O Radio Show is looking for partners to join our growing platform. If your business is ready to reach an audience that starts in Florida, crosses the nation while expanding internationally, this is the program that provides that vehicle. The Big O Radio Show is ready to broadcast live anywhere in the world to represent your event or product. To reach out by phone, 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. Or email bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Help us grow as we provide the content and personal connection corporate entities will never achieve.
All righty, there she is, ready to rock and roll and talk a little Inter Miami. How you doing, Michelle?
Good. How are you?
Very good. Can't complain. I am ready for this season, but I don't know what I'm going to see. So this team is young. And,
Very young.
Ira and I were talking about this at the early part of the Heat season when they had some injuries and they had to thrust all these guys, Caleb Martin and Yurtseven and all that. And I was excited because, the Heat, they just have this tendency of finding a Udonis Haslem and a Duncan Robinson or whatever off the scrap heap. So you're like, okay, maybe there's diamonds in the rough. And actually, there were several diamonds this year, and they're really deep. So are there diamonds in the rough in the Inter Miami roster this year?
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see once the real season starts, but they did play a tournament in Carolina. They played 3 games, 2 against MLS teams, 1 against USL, and they did not lose any of the 3 games. They won 2 and tied 1. There are 14 new players. There are a whole lot of new players. By the way, in Thursday online and Friday in print, I will have lots of preview material for all of you Inter Miami fans, including introductions to all these, who are these guys, that kind of thing. But anyway, there are only at the moment 3 starters left from last year's team. Because Nick Marsman is injured right now. He may or may not be able to play the opener. He's ahead of schedule from his rehab on his knee. He will be playing soon. I just don't know if it'll be this weekend. But if
McCarthy's in goal?
No, McCarthy's gone. McCarthy's with LA.
Who's the
Clement
backup?
Diop.
Oh, okay.
He's a French guy who was with Montreal last year, and he actually spent the second half of the season training here. He was with Montreal mid-season, left Montreal, and trained here from September on. So he's the backup, and he would probably start if Marsman doesn't start. If Marsman does not start, there are only 3 players in the starting lineup that you would know from last year, which is Gonzalo Higuain, Gregory, and Breck Shea.
Wow.
Breck Shea hanging in there.
Yeah, baby.
That's it. So your starting line, I mean, based on who they started in the tournament, and, just from what, the players that they have, the new starting lineup is very different. So you have Gonzalo, then you have another forward named Leo Campana, Ecuadorian national team player, really tall. I don't know. He's like 6'3" or so. They have a lot of height. This year's team has a lot of players that are like over 6'3". So they have Leo Campana is one of the forwards, and then Roy Lassiter's son, Ariel Lassiter, who was born in Costa Rica, speaks Spanish and played in the Costa Rican League and is on the Costa Rican national team. He's really fast. He definitely got his father's speed, okay? Yeah. And he scored twice in the preseason. Out of the 3 games,
Can he dribble? Because
he can dribble. He can run.
No,
but he's good. I mean, he scored 2 goals in 3 games.
So he's a kid that can create his own shot, is what I'm saying.
Yes, yeah, he can create his own shot. He's got the main thing though is he has a lot of speed and he opens up spaces. So you have him, but he's not currently. I don't know if he'll be a starter. He may be coming off the bench. In the middle, you have Gregory, and then you have Jean Mota, Mota. He's from Brazil. Really good player. And he and Gregory know each other from before. They are like brothers. They have a really good linking going on there. And all the players seem to like Mota so far. He's had some outstanding passing in the offseason. So you have Gregory, Mota, and then you have Mo Adams, who came from Atlanta. So those 3 in the middle there. Then you have Breck Shea, Damian Lowe, who's has become a big leader. He's on he's the captain of the Jamaican national team.
Okay.
So you've got, on this team right now, there's Leo Campanas on the Ecuadorian national team. Damian Lowe is the captain of the Jamaican national team. You have Jairo Quinteros, who's on the Bolivian national team. DeAndre Yedlin, U.S. national team. Right. So they've got a lot of national team guys on this team. Anyway, so in the back line, you have Breck, you have Damian Lowe from the Jamaican national team, who's a real vocal leader and, international player, really mature, very good player. Everybody's been raving about him. Christopher McVeigh, who came from Sweden, also in the back, very tall. I think he's 6'4", 6'5" maybe. And then Jairo Quinteros, who's from Bolivia, young guy. And DeAndre Yedlin. So then you've got Lassiter that I mentioned to you. Robbie Robinson is injured. He's probably going to miss another 2 weeks or so. That seems to be a troubling friend.
Robbie injured?
Robbie injured? Yes. Robbie has a hip injury and has been out for a few weeks now and is probably going to be out a few more weeks. Victor Ulloa.
Sharman Robertson is what we're going to call him from now on. Sharman Robertson. Yeah.
Victor Ulloa got injured 2 games ago. He'll be back. He'll be back soon. Kieran Gibbs, another one who's been injury prone since he got here. And then one of the guys that they were very excited about very early on that got injured and is also expected back soon is a guy 20 years old, a midfielder named Bryce Duke, who came from LAFC. And he's really exciting. He's small. He's not one of the big guys. He's this big. No,
in this sport, that doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. He's exciting. He's exciting. And then they played with a couple of teenagers from the Fort Lauderdale team. One of them, Harvey Neville, son of Phil Neville. Mm-hmm. He's sort of a kind of what they call an attacking fullback type on the right side, maybe to back up Yedlin if he makes the main team. He's waiting on a green card. He's 19. And then there's a kid, remember the name, Noah Allen, 17 years old, from Pembroke Pines. Local kid, Weston club player, 17, has been skyrocketing from the academy to the Fort Lauderdale team. And now in the preseason, he started the last 2 games for the senior team, and he played outstanding. He had an assist on Gonzalo Higuain's goal. So that kid is 17, and I would definitely be watching out for him. I mean, he's really young, but he's showing a lot of promise. So anyway, it's a very new team. It's a very young team. I'm just now starting to put names to faces after this whole camp because there's so many new guys. I almost wanted them to wear name tags, when they were walking around because I was like, oh, wait, that guy with the red boots, that one is so-and-so, and that one with the green boots. It's going to be a team that is much faster, a lot of speed.
Thank the Lord. God, we're slow. No speed on the outside for this team.
They're very fast. This team is fast. They are young and they are tall, which they're hoping the set pieces are better with this team. They have a lot of guys who are tall. Aime Mabika, I forgot to mention him. He's 6'6". You've got Aime Mabika in the back line, starting or backup. I don't know. McVeigh is around 6'4". You've got Campana's tall. There's a lot of tall players.
Now, wait a minute. Now, how much of the game? How much have you watched of them scrimmaging and playing?
I've seen 3 games.
Okay, so
one against DC United, one against Charlotte, which is an MLS team. 4 actually, and Columbus.
That stuff doesn't matter to me. What matters to me is what I'm asking, because you're talking to me about a lot of height.
Yeah.
Has the style of play changed? Is the ball on the ground a lot, or is he playing more European style? Like we see a lot in Germany, where we see a lot of the ball in the air, because when you have bigger players, you have a tendency of playing more with the ball in the air because you have guys that can obviously bring it down for you. So I'm just wondering.
Yeah, no, I definitely think that
the style of the play, is it the same, or have they tweaked it where the ball is in the air a little bit more because you have more taller players?
I do think that there will be a little more of an aerial factor, but he still wants to. It's still his mindset is still building from the back, kind of a 5-3-2, but the 2 on the outside are really like attacking guys on the wings that run up. It's a similar style to what he wanted to do, but they have speed now and they have height. And, Phil has been saying during the whole camp, and Chris Henderson too, that they feel like this is their team now. This is their team. These are all players that they have selected pretty much. Like I said, there's very few holdovers from before. And, they're going to take a little while. I mean, the thing is, people are ready for them. They need to win. It's the 3rd season. They already, didn't make the playoffs last year. The first year, they only made the playoffs because they allowed 10 teams.
They made the play-in game. They didn't make the playoffs.
They made the play-in game and lost it. So they didn't get to the playoffs. Yeah. So they didn't really make the playoffs either of the first 2 years. This year, people are expecting them to win.
But that's not fair. That's not fair either. Right? Really? Let's be honest now.
It's a reset. This team is a reset with
Yeah.
14 new players. Like I said, only 3 starters back. Well, with Marsman would be 4. So you're going to have 7
I'm
new
looking at
starters.
an expansion year, to be honest with you. That's the kind of thing I see here right now. I see an expansion team. When I see this much youth and not enough real established leaders, I kind of think, I mean, I'm not going to put that kind of pressure. I got to be always realistic when I look at teams. And right now, there's no way I'm thinking if they make the playoffs, then they're doing something I didn't expect them to do. Because the novice that may not follow this says, oh, they're year 3. They're supposed to be better. Oh, they should be a playoff team. Well, you're not following what's going on. So that's kind of unfair right now. I know it's frustrating, but really it's not realistic to expect playoffs.
I don't know. I mean, they do have a lot of youth, but they have Gonzalo, who, by the way, is going to be playing more of a playmaker role. He changed his jersey number. He changed from 9 to 10, and he is retreating more. He's moving back more and passing more.
Moving back more than he was. So instead of midfield, he's going to be on the other box. Is that what you're telling me?
He's going to be playing defense. He's going to let the fast guys. He's going to let the young Campanas and Lassiters and guys run up ahead of him, and he'll feed them the ball. When he can, he'll score. But you still have Gonzalo, who I wrote a story today. If you look online today.
By the way, Michelle, he's playing the exact thing he did last year.
Okay.
That's what you described is exactly what he did last year.
He's officially playing it.
Right. Because last year we're going, isn't he supposed to be a 9? Is he supposed to be a front scorer? What the hell is he doing in the midfield? You know, it's like one of those things where we're like, okay, so he's now a 10. All right, there you go.
Yeah, well, he's official, so he changed his number from 9 to 10.
By the way, he was a great passer last year.
Yes, and he had a great pass. I have a story in today's online today and in today's paper about his new role on and off the field. So on the field, he's going to be more of a playmaker, even more, I think, than he was last year. Off the field, he is engaging much more with the teammates and has taken a whole herd of young players under his wing. Last year, if you remember, he had his brother with him in the locker room, and he had 4 buddies from Argentina. He had Gonzalez Pires, he had Figal, he had Pellegrini, and he had Carranza. There were 6 Argentines. There's 1. They've gone from 6 Argentines to 1 Argentine. So he has had to, find new people to talk to in the locker room, to be honest. And all of his friends were gone, and his brother, who he's very tight with.
Oh, his brother's a coach.
His brother's coaching now in the academy. Yeah, so he's around. But anyway, Gonzalo has really taken it upon himself to mentor the younger guys. And so you'll see these young players, and he's sitting there talking to them on the field, off the field. That's something that everybody has been talking about. And then as far as other leaders, I mean, Gregory is still there, and he's a leader. DeAndre Yedlin is a very good leader. He has a lot of experience. He played at Newcastle. He's played in England. He played in Turkey. He's played on the U.S. national team. He's played in the World Cup. So he's a guy who has a lot of experience, and he's also a good locker room leader. So you've got DeAndre Yedlin as a locker room leader. You've got Gregory. You've got Gonzalo.
Let me ask you something, okay? Because we gotta wrap it up with this, but I gotta ask you this before we go. You mentioned that he takes on a new role, but the Higuain that I've watched is kind of a hothead. The Higuain that I've watched kind of complains a lot too.
Shows his frustrations. Yeah.
Yeah. And if this season, which I'm not expecting a great season, I'm expecting kind of a rough season here because there's a lot of youth and these guys have not played together. So all of a sudden we're expecting chemistry and success, which is so unfair, I think, because you need so much to really put a team together. I don't know if he fills that role. From what I saw the first 2 years, you need a calm, cool, collective guy that rises above the pressures and is different in those kind of situations. I saw a guy that allowed frustrations get to him all the time. I don't know if that's the right person in that role. I get they may not have a choice, but I'm not sure about that role for him. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, well, he's not the captain. He doesn't have the captain's armband. The captain is Gregory. And I'm telling you that they're saying that Yedlin is the calming factor. Yedlin is very calm. He's very positive. He's a really chill. He's a very chill guy. He's very cool.
By the way, Gregory did not end with a lot of leadership at the end of last year.
Right. No, I know. He also got a lot of cards too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was a bit of a hothead. Yeah.
I just, if we're going to put leaders in places like that, I just kind of, these are things. But again, you're not going to be able to turn over an entire roster, and they've got their limitations and all of that. But it's going to be tough, man. It's going to be tough. All right.
Like pink shirt? Do you like the new pink jersey?
I love the new pink jersey.
Yeah, I do too. They're just going own the pink already. Don't be like dabbling in the pink. Own the pink.
I have no problem with that. I'm going to get one myself anyways. I mean,
yeah,
love the team. I just don't think they're going to go much places this year, but let's hope they get better. All right. So Thursday, it'll be the internet preview. Friday, you will have the tangible paper that you can go grab and read up on.
Keep it for the season and keep it by your bedside, by your TV stand. Yes.
That's right. Hang it up in your room. Frame it, baby. It's going to be a collector's item, man.
There
Come
you
on.
go. Yeah.
And follow her on Twitter at Koff Sports. She's outstanding. She gives you all the information from Inter Miami. She is Michelle Kaufman. Michelle, thank you as always. A pleasure. Appreciate it.
All right. Thanks. We'll be talking again, I'm sure.
Thank you. You know it. We will.
Bye.
That is Michelle Kaufman. Awesome stuff as always. But I do worry about that with Higuain. I do worry about that. Right, Sean? Higuain in a leadership role. Oh God, that just, and then Gregory's your captain, and that dude was like losing it last year at the end. The job Chris Henderson has in front of him is enormous. It reminds me a lot of Reggie McKenzie when he took over the Oakland Raiders, because he had just picked up where Hugh Jackson had just screwed up again. Because Hugh Jackson's a guy that he had his moment as an offensive coordinator. He had no business ever being a head coach, ever. And he traded two first rounders and a second for Carson Palmer, which didn't end up being a good move for the Raiders. And they end up firing Hugh Jackson. So then Reggie and company, and he gets Jacques Del Rio. They take over. Their first 2 years, they're in Oakland. They had no first rounder, no second rounder the second year. Yet they still end up getting Derek Carr and Malik. And what is it? Mack, whatever, Khalil Mack, who's one of the 3-4 best defensive players in the NFL. And they went to the playoffs. And they get rewarded by getting fired on a down year. And then you get John Gruden and this mess. You get what you deserve sometimes. But it reminds me of that Chris Henderson is just like Reggie McKenzie. He's taking over a team that's got salary cap fines and issues and a roster that is so screwed up. And now he's got to rearrange that roster and fix everything and find some future and find some present and all that. And it's really, really difficult for Chris Henderson, man. It's just a near impossible job to turn around right away. It just is. What else do we have here on the program? I think we're done, actually. We are going to thank, of course, Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro doing an excellent job with our Sloman's Inside the Paint show. Joe Shad, American Dream Lending, Miami Dolphins report. And you just heard from Michelle Kaufman in the Miami Herald talking a little Inter Miami. If you missed any of those interviews, they will all be podcasted. They will all be also placed here on the YouTube website. You'll get the whole show. But Sean is a madman, and we appreciate it because he slices it up also on video and gives you some of the individual interviews and some rants also, so that way you can pick and choose what you want to hear. So there you go. We thank, of course, Sean Stanley, mastering this program every single day. Most of all, we thank all of you out there, as always, for tuning in and giving us some love. We will see you tomorrow, man. Tomorrow we are loaded once again like we are every single day on the program. Tomorrow we will have Alan Poupar on. He will join us. Marcel Louis Jacques will join us. and maybe another surprise or two on the program that we will have tomorrow. So there you go. It's a beautiful thing. We will see you tomorrow. Same time, same place, same bat channel. Have a great one.
Oh, great. You got a doorbell camera. Now you got a front row seat to your house getting robbed. No. And there's nothing you can do about it.
Get out of my house!
Ooh, Mom's jewelry. There goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Slowens, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, a free doorbell camera.
Free?
One that'll actually work for you. It's not total security unless it's the Sloman Shield. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.